Hello? It's Skycatlive! What's up, guys? It's Tuesday, 7:40 p.m. on 4/29/2025, and it's 7:40 p.m. and I'm doing my next session. Hi, guys. It's a late start here because I've got to flip my schedule. I got something come up here, and so. Yeah, and we're looking to play some games, and so hi, I'm just here to say hello. I love you. How are you today? It's good to see you, and I've slept well, and I'm back with you, and I'm gonna do some gaming as long as I can manage to. So here we go. I'm gonna drop it off. Oop, gotta get the tablet running and all the other stuff, but we'll drop it off the big screen. Summer's about to start, and it's a beautiful time. You know, I'm enjoying it.
Autopilot jumping.
I'm living my life being the best person that I can be. I had a hardcore loss yesterday, and I'm dealing with it really, really, really well, and that actually makes me so fucking happy, you know? Doing pretty well. Like, you know, it was eye-opener as to... you know, how much of a waste of time hardcore kind of is for me. I just don't have the discipline, so it was good. You know, I woke up this morning, like, you know, feeling pretty good about it. Like, you know, like not too scared to admit that I just don't have the focus. I don't have it. It took me a long time. I have the skill, I think, to make many hardcore characters, and if I were to main it, I think I would probably be fine. But I can't main it. I've got too many other games that I care about, and, you know, and that's just the truth. So... I am bleeding right now. Why am I bleeding right now? I better rest.
Approaching Stargate.
So, yep, I'm moving a VebMac across the universe. And, I am gonna switch my permanent bank alt to this character because she's got flee, and I've got other work I've got to do with the other alt. I am going to consolidate all of their items, and I'm gonna clean house now, probably for, like, you know, a little while I do other things.
Jumping.
Yeah, no, I don't want that. And yeah, as we can see, this character. Maybe I need to go back to Bastock. I don't really know. But yes, this character... You know, she's probably fine. I don't think it matters. I don't think I need to do anything. I should sell the gear, I think. But that's... I mean, yeah, I need to sell the gear that the other character has. So we're just going to post everything she's got, liquefy, and get her naked. Yeah, and then I'm done with this whole hardcore fiasco. I think hardcore is for people who are in denial or people who actually have that kind of focus. I'm not one of either one. I'm not in denial about the fact that I cannot focus. I just, you know, that's the whole challenge of it. Can you focus? The answer is no, I cannot focus. Nope. I suck at that. So what are we doing here? Am I still bleeding? Yeah, I'm still bleeding. So sort by like a bandage or whatever.
Autopilot jumping.
Bandage. Treats infections, burns and frostbite. Amp, miso
Walking to Stargate.
Kits,
Warp drive active.
Superfood paste kit, penicillin X, treats infections. You don't have bandages? Oh my god. Let's go to the next journey or whatever. I don't want to go to that one.
Approaching Stargate.
Check out your ship's inventory.
Okay. Autopilot jumping.
Did I get it?
Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Dumb. There. Let's do that one. Yes, and go there. So we're gonna go out to Kavink, Nira. Stop minimizing it.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Why do you keep minimizing it? Stop it.
Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
No more hardcore ever again. This is the last time. What is the lock? What is that? Oh, I didn't drop it off the big face suits. What is the lock? I don't know. What is this place? Man, this jetpack sucks. that one? How are you dodging every bullet? How? God damn it, you're annoying. Fucking AI. Ah! What the fuck, man? You're like getting all weird and not moving. Just take it off. Where did you go? You're like disappear. Where the fuck are you? God damn it. I don't like this place. I'm just gonna leave. There's no real reason to be here. Well, let's get the gill back. I'm done with hardcore. This is the last time. I'm fucking sick of this stupid shit. I'm sick of this stuff happening. I'm sick of me wasting time. I'm done with it. This is the last time. Smart man stops doing shit that he knows he's not capable of. I'm not capable of doing this without just fucking off and completely walking away from it while I'm in the middle of a bunch of mobs attacking me. I don't have the focus. I'll just leave it at that. I don't have the focus. I just don't. I don't have it. I'll just admit it. I don't have the focus for hardcore. It's like the one thing in gaming I can't do. Fucking focus completely. Nope. Burns. Freezing. Oh, I'm in combat? Ugh, damn it. Where are you? You're never visible. You are so annoying. Ah. I shouldn't have, I shouldn't have ever done this. I knew last time when I lost all those WoW characters that I just don't have the discipline to stay on one character enough to keep it alive. I don't have it. It's something that the industry has done to me over 25 years. I can't focus. I need to stop trying. That's okay. I'm really good at a lot of other things. Focus is not my best, and I need to understand my personal limitations. The fact that I... Oh, stop.
Warp drive active. Autopilot disabled. Warp drive active.
Heavy entropic disintegrator. Those are... Why is this battleship 600 mil?
Warp drive active.
I'm gonna go get the Ususemi scroll. And I'll save it for the next character, I guess, and then I don't ever have to do it again. I don't even have to go to Norg, I guess. Or I don't know about the next character. I don't think I'm ever gonna... No, I'm not gonna do hardcore again. I'm learning. I like the rush that it gives you, but I just don't have the focus. I would rather do something like Rust, honestly, than... I mean, Rust is hardcore the entire time. I don't know. I'd rather do something like that than what I'm doing here. Just, like, PvE is bullshit. It robs you all the time. It's so stupid. Like yesterday, I was instant warped at like 90%, and the motherfucker slept me during the instant warp and interrupted me and forced me to do it again. And then they pulled out 410 damage in under 3 seconds, which is insane. They're the same level as me. It's just fucking crazy. Fuck the developers and fuck hardcore. That has nothing to do with me. It's just terrible ass design, and whether you're aware of it or not. And I've never been that kind of person that's just aware of all the ways I could lose. I just don't focus on that sort of shit. I don't try to memorize mobs or what they're gonna do. I don't care. It was a shame that Steve didn't make it. I liked her, but I knew from the start that I was trying to be something else. I was trying to party with other people. You can't party with another person on hardcore. That doesn't really work. My astrals get to go back, which is good, and all these meds and everything. Gonna liquefy all of this. I'm done with hardcore. I just don't have it. I don't have it anymore. I'm not ever playing hardcore again. I'm gonna go uninstall Turtle WoW. I don't need to play it. I don't want to play it. Yep, let's go uninstall Turtle WoW. That's totally fine. Settings. I like the idea of a free server. I don't want to play WoW. I know I don't. I know I don't want to play WoW. I don't. Shield offline. Okay, shut up. What happened here? Why is the grab drive off? I like Starfield the best out of all their games. Even with Oblivion Remaster, I'm like, nah, why would I play this? I haven't done enough Starfield, you know? I want a Starfield 2 that plays better than Star Citizen. I know if I want what I know that if I want what I want, then then I've got to play the game. Wow, this place is beautiful. It feels like... So she can wear her optical earring, I guess, because it took a lot of time to get. Oh my god, I wasted so much time on this just because I was tired and I couldn't focus or whatever it is. It's so stupid. I'm never wasting this amount of time ever again. I learned that I'm a personality that appreciates like being able to cheese death in video games. Like hardcore is actually quite the opposite of what my fucking like ethos towards video games is, which is fire off into the universe and who cares if you die. I really, you know, and I don't think hardcore should have gone as far as it did. I've never been a person to brag about my skills. Only my accolades. That's it. I don't ever tell people I'm better than them unless it's like some kind of crazy royal them, you know? Because I don't truly believe it. It feels like my HDR is off again because of stupid ass Turtle WoW or whatever. Yeah, you... Oh, no, that's no good. No, the HDR's on, but it doesn't feel right. There... There. Yeah, it's all set, but yeah, anyways. I don't like the light. I'm gonna fix it.
Approaching Stargate.
I'm surprised you know, as it is, I did get a lot of levels on hardcore. You know, I did get like 75 levels just on 5 different goddamn jobs. It's so stupid. Whatever. They're lower levels, they don't count, but still.
On whether the talks to
Oops, loud. Why was that so loud? Loud. I see that hardcore taught me to deal with loss better, but I mean, I don't like the games that they want me to play hardcore on. I mean, I do like hardcore on FFXI, but my problem with it is I can't focus. I can't focus. I know I can't. So, just move on. There's nothing I can do. I play different games, have fun, do something else. It's just not my thing. I have a stream. I don't focus at all. I'm on 3 to 4 different games at once. I just don't have it. This irks me that I don't have the discipline for this, because I have the discipline for almost everything, but I don't have the discipline to pay attention to hardcore or anything really. I don't have it. I've done too many drugs.
Approaching Stargate.
I've got too much brain damage. I don't have the personality. I'm like, squirrel. You know, I don't. I am that guy that flitters off to look at the fucking light and kind of is like, you know, I don't like, you know, it scratch my neck. I'm not this guy that can fucking focus. I'm not some anal retentive nerd like Bagon who never did drugs, who can focus on every single mob, who knows every dungeon and every boss and all this stuff. That is not me. My thing is how can I live through the moment? And hardcore isn't living through the moment. It's knowing everything so well that you can't make any mistakes. That's so antithesis to who I am. I need to understand that it's like kind of the opposite of my personality. I don't know how I managed to do it on WoW for both Iron Man and retail. I don't know how I did fucking WoW retail back in, I think it was like Burning Crusade. I did a hardcore character at a cap, whatever it was, level 70 I think it was, and I was very surprised I was able to do it. It was Horde Priest named Cat Falls, I believe.
Approaching Stargate.
My Iron Man, I didn't make it on the Iron Man, but I got far, like level 62 or something like that. I forgot, but like I didn't make it on the Iron Man, but I did it. I did it really, really far, way further than most people in the community. Like Iron Man is a separate thing. Iron Man is just like you're so bored of the game that you just need the challenge. I've never needed that. I play so many different games. There's always some new game out that I want to do, like Starfield. Like I chose Starfield over my 600-hour FFXI hardcore character last night, and that's how you know I don't have the focus. I don't have it, like full blown. It sucks. Like I have to acknowledge it about my personality and never do this again. Never do this again. You know. Where is the robot? Is he outside? I don't want him on this.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, you know, I think I still do have a bleed, and I should address that because I don't have like bandages, I guess. Maybe I just rest again. Let's rest till daytime.
Jumping.
I'm learning what I have the discipline for and what I don't have the discipline for. It's all a journey.
Walking to Stargate.
I don't have it. I don't have this journey. I don't have it in me to make it through hardcore. It's not. It's that I just don't have the focus. I am on disability for the government, for Asperger's and autism and ADHD and PTSD and all these problems. And trauma, and I have brain damage, and I've been diagnosed with it. I have retrograde amnesia. I forget that I'm even playing. You guys saw it yesterday, just yesterday. I told the guy I was gonna give him a teleport Mia, and then right on stream at like 7:30 in the evening or something, I just completely spaced that the guy fucking existed. It's a human. He walked up and tugged my sleeve, and he was like, "Hey man, can I trouble you for a ride?" He was hitchhiking, and I was like, "Oh yeah, no problem, but I need to grab my truck. I can't take this car or whatever, so because it won't make it." So I went to go grab my truck, and then like I literally drove up to the parking lot where I was supposed to pick him up. This has quite seriously happened. And I think it is indicative of why I lost the hardcore character. I forgot I have retrograde amnesia. I forgot that I was even playing the hardcore character. That's how fucking bad it is. That is the God's honest truth. That's the Toasted Toad's truth. I forgot I was playing the hardcore character and fucked off to go play some Starfield for 7 minutes, and I came back to double aggro and a ghast who slept me through a goddamn instant warp. I forgot that I was giving the guy a teleport, but I mean, not much time passed. It was like 3.5 minutes or something, but I walked up to him and I sat down at the same bus stop. This is how fucked up my head is now. I'm gonna tell this story later on in life. I'm gonna remember this story because I'm gonna remember what I did with him, and I'm gonna remember that I can't do hardcore. And when I tell people why, this is the story that I'm gonna relate. Just yesterday, I promised the guy a teleport. I went to switch jobs. I got on the character. I forgot what I was doing in the middle of the action. You would think that with a dude tapping his foot right there waiting for me to show up after I committed to being there, that I would remember. And I wasn't high, I wasn't on drugs or anything like that. It's just that like I literally forgot what I was doing. I literally did. Like this is why I'm on disability with the government. They see stuff like this when they do the neuropsych evaluation, and they're like, "You forgot that you were in the neuropsych evaluation, didn't you?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did. I forgot that I was in a neuropsych evaluation." And I started singing. They left me in a room. And so I forgot that it was for them to monitor me. They told me, they were like, "We're going to monitor you for a bit. We're just going to see what you do while you try to solve this puzzle." And I forgot that they left the room. And so I opened my phone while I was playing the puzzle, and I started singing Billie Eilish because I was thinking about Cloud Candy. No, I didn't mean to do this, and I was horrifically mortified. It's kind of like Memento. It is like Memento. My life is like Memento. I don't want it to be like that, but it is. I took brain damage. I don't remember that people exist if they aren't talking to me. I mean, I do have brain damage, like pretty fucking bad. I don't have a bad IQ or a bad like cognitive function. I have brain damage and retrograde amnesia and autism and disability and learning disabilities and such. And so I'm confronting all of those things. I for some reason forgot that I had any problems until I was like 38. It's a little loud sometimes, like you blast me sometimes. Parts of the track go super loud for no reason. Like that. You just blasted me with that for no reason. Stay down at 40 so you don't blast me like that anymore. See, you still blast it. You fucking blast this music sometimes. It's weird. There. Ooh. I mean, it's a nice planet, but I don't think it looks good. So I'm gonna go with my story. So the guy was like, "Hey, I died in." He was a Link Shell guy. He's a friend. He's a guildie, and I met him before too. And he was like, "Hey, I hate to trouble you, but I just died like 10 feet from my goal." I was like, "Oh yeah, happens to me all the time. I forget what I'm doing." And I was like sympathetic to it. I was like, "That happens to me all the time." He was like, "I died 10 feet from my goal, and now I'm back in Selbina, and I took a morale hit, and I needed." He didn't say it, but I knew what it was when he mentioned it. I was like, "Yeah, I know. I've been there." Like, he was like, "I need a teleport to feel like I'm a real man again." And I was like, "No problem. I'll get you 3/4 of the journey, like, instantly. No problem. Let's go." And so I logged over. When I got on the character, I forgot what the fuck I was doing. It's like Memento. I don't know anybody else with this fucking problem. I'm gonna relate this story to my friends when I see them this summer, because it's kind of insane. I don't think they understand. So I literally walked up to the guy yesterday, and I saw him, and I was like, "Oh no!" And he had an "oh shit" moment. He was like, "Why are you still on this character? You told me you would be here in 3 minutes. You said give me 3 minutes," and I did. I told him I was like, "Give me 3 minutes, and I'll show up in my other character that can actually do the journey and stuff." And he was like, "Oh yeah, no problem." So then I spaced it. I logged to the character. I fucking spaced that I'd even talked to the guy, and I moved on with my routine because I basically somnambulous, which is sleepwalking. I basically somnambulous through everything that I do. I have no idea why I do any of the things I do. I don't care if she talks because I don't really remember that she exists. It's kind of fucking dumb. That's why I have her muted. I don't care because I don't care what she says. I don't relate to the chatter because I'm completely different. Video games hit completely different for me. It's one of the reasons why I was unable to care about Large Clan Rust. I just didn't care. The machinations of a bunch of bastards moving around the map doing things against me is just something I sure, it sounds fun. Let's play Spy vs. Spy. I used to play Spy vs. Spy on Nintendo and kick my friends' asses. I'm good at it, you know? But to care that it exists,
Warping to Stargate.
to care that Large Clan Rust rating exists, or that my Large Clan existed, or that I had those friendships, or I mean, I don't know. It's like I'm in Memento. I keep meeting what's his name, and he keeps telling me that I promised him a teleport 3 minutes ago, but I spaced it by the time I reached the alt. And then I came back, and then I sit down at this, just like Memento, and I sit down at the same bus station. I think that whole movie was some kind of like weird autistic, Christopher Nolan movie about brain damage and memory. And I'm sure the writer probably experienced brain damage as I did, and they didn't know how to explain what it was like, and we got Memento out of it, which is like this wonderful. I'm gonna watch Memento again tonight, and I'm gonna watch it a bunch more times, I think, and I'm gonna become obsessed with Memento, because that's what it's like. I sat down at the Selbina again after I made the guy wait for 7.5 minutes or something like that. It was 7 minutes. It was 3 minutes to log and get over, forget that he existed, another 3 minutes to forget what I was doing, and then another 30 seconds to log in the fucking character and sit back down at the same bus stop bench where I originally met the guy, and he was like, "Hey, are you ready to go?" Like Memento. And I was like, oh, shit, I promised you a teleport like 7.5 minutes ago. And you've been standing here at the bus stop waiting for me. I promised you a ride, didn't I? And he was like, it's okay, it's okay. He realized that I was morbidly fucking embarrassed by this. He realized, and he was like, it's okay, it's 3 minutes, it's no biggie. He was like, no biggie, you are saving me so much time with the teleport, no biggie. But he understood it very deeply when he saw it. He was like, your life is Memento, isn't it? Like, he knew, I knew, the people on the stream knew when I lost the hardcore character because I forgot that I was playing hardcore. How do you forget that you're playing hardcore? I don't think any gamer ever could. I easily do it all the time. I easily forget that I'm playing hardcore. I've lost 50 hardcore characters because I just alt-tab off. Fuck off, because I'm born from the internet. I'm born from the cell phone generation where I've got a 6-second Fox Sunday, attention span. Fox, cartoon adult swim special attention span. And I don't like scripting because I can't stay focused on it. I don't like scripting. Like okay, another way that I can tell the story is my ex-girlfriend, she asked me what color her eyes were because she realized that I had never actually looked her in the eyes. We had been together for a year and living in the same bed and fucking and everything. But I still didn't remember what the girl in my dreams, the girl that I loved the most that I ever met in my whole life. I really do feel this way. Like I really love her still the most, I think, for some reason. I love her the most for some reason. I don't really know why. Probably because she didn't hold it against me when I couldn't remember what the color of her eyes were. She was like, you're weird. And I was like, yeah, I am weird. I'm fucking weird. I don't look people in the eyes. I've got Asperger's. I can't remember that I'm playing hardcore. I wiped out on a moped and smacked my head into the pavement. I'm not sure. I'm sure some stuff happened, but I don't know what it is. We aren't really aware. The doctors threw their hands up at it. They were like, we could spend the rest of our lives trying to figure out what the effects of your car crash were. But I mean, why should we do that? You seem to be fine. All you need is $7,000 a year, food and water to survive, and you'll be fine. That was the doctor's assessments. That was the psychiatrist's assessment. That was my family and my friends' assessment. They were like, if you just stop trying to do anything, you'll be fine. You'll stop crashing cars, getting in high-speed chases with pigs, and, you know, dealing drugs, and becoming a meth addict, and all this other crazy things. I think everybody understood that if I stopped trying to do anything and just started trying to live my life day to day and just became myself and worried about being me and all this stuff, all the bad things would stop happening. I got this advice from a lot of my best friends. They were like, if you just stop trying to do anything, you'll probably be fine. Do nothing. And I was like, no way. I run this crew. I need money to save my family. I need money to save America. America is dying because of the piece of shit backstabbing goddamn traitor Republicans. We gotta fucking stop that. I don't mean, the incompetence caused January 6th and COVID. There's all this terrible stuff. There's all this. They're blackbagging people right now. There's all this terrible stuff that's going on right now. I can't focus on it. I don't know what game I'm playing. I don't know who I'm with. I don't know what girl I'm with. I don't know what job I have. I don't know who my family is. It's like Memento. I don't know how else to. I don't think anybody can relate to it. I don't care if I lose a hardcore character, because you know what? I know this time next week I'm gonna forget it even happened. I didn't care when I lost the character. I still don't, which is something I'm marveling at. I care more about that. I care more that what really scared me was the fact that I was unable to scream about it. I was unable to scream about it, not because it's happened so many times, and I think that's how most hardcore players come to that state, is they just do it so many times that they can't even rage out and crash out during a hardcore death or anything like that. I'm sure it happens to Rust Raiders, that they get large clan thwarted so many times by some rando who happen to have 14C4 who's walking through. It just ends the raid before you can counter or whatever the fuck it is. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, run that armor. This ship will live, probably. Yeah, this ship will live. Oh no. Am I gonna live? Yeah, I'm gonna live. The armor boosters are good. Yeah, they kept me up. I learned that I should pay attention to
autopilot disabled.
That. But see, I can't pay attention to this 300 million ship ISK and it traveling for 45 jumps. The developers know this. They know that we're like lead babies with 6-second attention spans that are alt-tab looking at TikTok as someone's boobies and not thinking about the hardcore character until it dies 5 minutes later. You're like, oh yeah, I guess I was playing hardcore, huh? I mean, like that's literally how it is. Oh yeah, I guess I was playing hardcore, huh? Yeah, I was. I'm sure some people think that this is being a scatterbrained or a space cadet or a space cowboy, or some people call me the space cowboy. Yeah, some people call me doing a lot of hair, or some people caught me doing a lot of heroin or whatever. And it's like, yeah, I'm a space cadet. I always have been. But no, I've been able to focus all of my life fairly well to be successful at most things. What I can't do is focus on anything that isn't fun in the moment. My brain will just walk away. Like right there, I just did it without even thinking. I walked away on some other game because it's so boring to play EVE Online that I just walked away. I full-blown walked away. That's why I lost the character yesterday. I had to self-diagnose these things. I have to understand what the causalities are. I have to know what causes this. I have to know what's wrong with the chemistry in my fucking brain or whatever it is that causes this stupid shit. I don't know how to fix it. I don't think I can. I must adapt. I'm 40 some odd years old, and I don't think I can probably rewire my brain if I were to say, like, move on down to like that movie The Castaway, where I'm stuck with like Wilson, the fucking volleyball, and I'm stuck on some crazy like fucking what's it called, Treasure Island or something by myself. I could see being able to focus on hardcore then, when there's nothing left but just me and the hardcore. I can focus on it then. Right now, no, I've got too much YouTube to watch. I've got too much things to do with my job. I've got too many games spun up doing too many different things. And I don't care. To me, they're all the same equality because they're all about the same amount of fun to me. So believe it or not, the hardcore character that's got 600 hours on it is of the same value as this 2-hour Starfield character, because I don't care that they have different things or how much loot that they have or how much time that they've they've spent. It's about the experience, and I had about the same amount of fun on both. One was 2 hours old, the other one's 600 hours old. But I had about as much fun from Starfield in 2 hours as I did in 600 hours of fucking FFXI hardcore. That's another thing that I must recognize is there's like, I've done it before. I have finished hardcore characters. I swear to God, and on my father's grave, I finished hardcore characters before in my life, and I've gotten like some of the most greatest rushes. That's what I'm chasing I've ever got in my entire goddamn life, but I'm not capable of it anymore, and I can't try anymore. I can't try for it anymore. I don't have it. I don't have it. Call it like early onset of dementia or something like that. I don't know what you want to call this, but I don't have the focus to remember that I'm even doing hardcore, and that is like, you know, of all the problems that a hardcore character comes across, that's probably the most honest one, that you forget that you're even playing hardcore. That's probably the most, there's a lot of dumb ways to die, but forgetting that you're even playing the game, that's actually probably a fairly honest one. There's laziness, there's denial, there's not knowing the fights, not knowing the patrols. I'm guilty of all that stuff too. But I'm not but I don't have a lot of deaths faced around that. I die a lot when I'm AFK because I can't focus on the goddamn game. You can see when I alt tab, like, it's a fucking personality. Like, I have, like, multiple clients personality disorder now. I never, ever should have dual boxed, ever, because I have, like, multiple client personality disorder now, where I can't focus on one client. I don't even give a shit if it's a 600-hour hardcore character. I've lost plenty of those. Plenty of those. I don't care. I've lost plenty of those. Plenty.
Engaged.
So I don't know, and I don't know, I've got to remember this. You can't do hardcore. Your life is memento. You will forget you are even playing hardcore, and I've got to leave the message or I'll forget. It's like memento. I mean, I'm serious. I've got to go leave a message or I'll forget. Like something that I can write on.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, here, this will work. No, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna do this. This will work. No, I don't want to do that either. What about, wait, that'll work. I need a Sharpie, and I'm gonna make myself a reminder.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I gotta write the message down, or I'll forget, and I'll lose another character. It's stupid, but I do. I've got to remind myself for a couple of years now. I gotta engender it in my head, and or not engender it, but like, you know, like get it in my head that I can't ever do this again. I'm just gonna lose the character over and over and over again. I think my marker's in here.
Autopilot jumping.
Is it a pen or a pencil? It's a pencil.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, so we say don't Can't you give me a pen that doesn't stop writing immediately? Every pen, my entire life, just stops writing immediately the second I pick it up. No, this won't work. I need I need my fucking Sharpie. It's gone. I don't remember where it is. It may as well not exist, like my fucking memory, you know? It's gone. It's completely gone. I don't know where the fucking marker is. I didn't move it. It's been sitting here for years on my table. It's gone. Like my memory, it's just completely fucking gone. I don't know. God damn it. I don't ever move this pen. It's completely gone. I don't know. I don't ever move it, but it's gone now. I'm gonna forget. I can't remember to find a Sharpie to write down to not ever do hardcore again. That's how bad it is. I need this fucking pen. Where is this pen? Where is it?
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Still stinky. I need a real marker. You don't have one. Oops. There's my marker.
Approaching Stargate.
There it is.
Autopilot jumping. Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Something to write on. I've never been able to do
Approaching
this.
Stargate.
It's fine. I'll just write on the fucking mouse pad is what I'll do. I found my markers. Don't ever
Autopilot
forget
jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Make it big. Hardcore is about understanding what your shortcomings are and surpassing them.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Don't ever forget again. You have brain damage. Your life is memento. Do not ever play hardcore ever again. You will forget you are playing. You will forget and die. I'm gonna go put this up, and I'm not gonna ever forget this. I need the fucking reminder. I need it. I forget. I forget and I try again.
Stargate.
That's the other problem. You know? I forget and I try again. Damn it, you logged me out right as I was all tabbing. You're such a son of a bitch. Fucking software developers. Where is the tape that I just fucking had? Where's that tape that I just fucking had? See it? Where's the tape that I just fucking had? No.
Autopilot jumping.
Where was the tape that I just had? I forgot. It was in my hand. You can see it. There it is. There it is. It just fell.
Warp drive active.
Fucking annoying.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, we're gonna post these reminders so I don't forget. Put these over where they don't block so much.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
A reminder
Approaching
to
Stargate.
myself to not ever play hardcore ever again. I'm dead serious too. I gotta internalize it. Don't ever play hardcore again because you forget that you're playing. I just forget that I'm playing. It's not even that I'm like alt tabbed and I'm busy and I'm just like, you know, screw up. It's that every single time I completely forget that I even have the game logged in. Like this, I forgot that I'm on Starfield. I just forget that I'm even doing it. It's not conductive to hardcore and need to not do that ever again.
Autopilot jumping.
What are you doing, stupid ass piece of shit, Windows? What the fuck are you doing? There's nothing open. Why are you doing this? Go away. Piece of shit ass fucking Windows. Fuck you. Where's the prosecution for your fucking child rape? You piece of shit software cocksucker. Where the fuck is it? You paid a lot of lawyers, did ya? You keep fucking with me on Windows, I'll keep fucking accusing you of being a child molester. It's only fair. Fuck you, Bill Gates, child molester. Fuck you.
Reach an agreement.
Fuck Microsoft. Fuck Windows. Fuck your monopoly. Fuck your anti-American piece of shit fucking fascist monopoly, you piece of shit traitor.
Actually happening. Right, and this is, you're seeing major Chinese retailers trying to make...
Approaching Stargate.
Don't ever
crystal clear.
Don't ever forget again. You have brain damage. Your life is memento. Do not ever play hardcore ever again. You will forget you are playing. You will forget and die.
Who is paying for Trump's trade war? And that is you, the consumer. But to start, I'll give you a quick
Autopilot jumping.
reminder about the...
Warping to station. Warp drive active.
the current status quo between the two, right? Trump has imposed 145% tariffs on Chinese goods with exemptions for electronics, including smart. Similarly, there were some exceptions. In this case, we're raising Chinese good with exemptions for electronics, including smartphones and computers. Then in response, Beijing raising tariffs on U.S. imports to 125%. And similarly, there was all of its tough talk. The Trump administration seemingly softened its tone. The same Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent suggesting there would be a de-escalation in the trade war in the very near future. And in fact, the very next day, you had Trump himself indicating that tariffs on Chinese goods would come down substantially.
Oh, it was all a lie. Yeah, it was all a lie to scare everybody. You guys are gonna crucify me? Well, then it didn't happen then. Oh my god.
Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Where did my items go?
Warp drive active.
Send me home, boys.
Warp drive active.
You're still bleeding. It has been days. Why can't you make bandages or whatever it is? I guess I need to fabricate a table. Like a pharmaceutical lab? No, I don't think I'm going to be able to. A weapon workbench wouldn't be that bad. Nice. But I need meds, and that's going to mean going to the lodge, I guess. I want to set up a lodge on Jemison. Guess I go back to Gina now. Maybe I'll see how far I am from Jill.
that Trump, as well as members of his administration, they have repeatedly claimed to be in talks with the Chinese government over a potential trade deal.
Sure.
But only then have
Yeah.
Chinese officials deny again and again that any talks are actually taking place. With a general line from Beijing being that if the US wants to negotiate, it first needs to get rid of all the tariffs on China. With, for example, last week, the Chinese Foreign Ministry accusing the Trump administration of misleading the public about trade talks. With then Time magazine only a few hours later publishing an interview with Trump in which he not only claimed that there had been talks, but that he himself had personally spoken to Chinese President Xi Jinping on the phone. With Trump even telling a CNN reporter that same day that the two leaders had spoken to each other many times. And so with that, this week, we've again had Beijing clapping back with a spokesperson for the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that, as far as he knows, there has been no recent phone call between the two heads of state. With him then going on to say, I want to reiterate that China and the United States are not engaged in consultations or negotiations on the tariff issue. If the US wants to solve the problem through dialogue and negotiation, it should stop threatening and blackmailing China. But also, as we wait to find out which side is actually telling the truth, you have businesses having to adjust to the new reality of the world. So with that, on the Chinese side, you're seeing things like Chinese online retailer Shein raising its prices by an average of 51%, and in some cases as much as 377%. And then what we're seeing with Temu is they're starting to add import charges to customers' orders that range between 130 and 150%, which is about as clear as they can make it that the cost of tariffs are being passed on to the consumers. Also, I'll say on that note, it's been reported that Amazon's actually planning to do something similar, essentially breaking down how much the tariffs are adding to the price of each product listed on its website, which then, notably, is something that White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt described today as a hostile and political act. So notably there, I'll say Amazon has now responded and said that this was only something being talked about for the company's ultra-low-cost Amazon Hall store, with their statement also saying this was never a consideration for the main Amazon site and nothing has been implemented on any Amazon properties. Then finally, one piece of news that I want to talk about in connection to the tariffs is the 25% tariffs in place on vehicles imported to the US. In that, because the Trump administration is now reportedly announcing new measures to mitigate their impact and give automakers more time to relocate production to the US. So the 25% tariffs, they will technically remain in place, but they'll be modified to make sure that they're not stacked with other existing tariffs like ones on steel and aluminum. And this is automakers may be reimbursed for some portion of the tariffs that they pay on imported auto parts, reportedly up to 3.75% of the value of a new car in the first year and up to 2.5% in the second year. Which, we've seen some celebrating, others saying it's just messy and convoluted and just the otherwise just general chaos. For now, we're gonna have to wait to see how a number of these things play out, but to go from just the news to now this part is just my opinion. Regarding Amazon possibly doing what we've seen Temu and select others doing, where they're like, hey, this is how much the tariffs are costing you, I really don't see them doing that. Jeff Bezos has really bent over backwards to get close to the administration. In a way, as someone that has just started Pilates, is almost aspirational just from a technical standpoint. Though some would argue that that is not flexibility, that's just lack of a spine. But also that could technically be one of many things we see if Donald Trump's polling gets any lower than where it is right now. Because he's at historic lows for 100 days in. But we're not in everyone jumping ship territory. We're really just starting to scratch like more moderate Republicans in the House who, have upcoming elections going like, how am I gonna manage this? But still technically that's kind of a ways away. And also, at least regarding the economy, Trump is the person that put America in this situation and threw kind of the general world in chaos. Right, well, in these first 100 days, the Trump administration has really alienated allies and gotten enemies to team up with one another around a common enemy, us. Trump has the power to undo pretty much everything that he's done to destabilize things. And he could probably claw back a decent chunk of his approval rating just by saying that we got concessions that maybe we don't even get. Especially as, like we talked about yesterday, there are a number of things that he campaigned on that are popular. But one of the big key reasons that there's been a massive negative reaction is the how he's going about it. But hey, like I said, this specific portion is just my opinion. It's why I try and separate it from the actual news portion. I could be right, I could be wrong. And in the meantime, we all just gotta live through it. And of course, I'd love to know your thoughts on the situation now and also how you think things are gonna play out, whether you agree or disagree with me. But then from that, next up today, we've got to talk about Donald Trump continuing his assault on science this week, with Trump on Monday killing a landmark climate report that nobody's interrupted since 1990. Because that is when George H.W. Bush signed the Global Change Research Act, and one of the things that it did was mandate that starting in 2000, every 5 years or so, the federal government would publish the National Climate Assessment, this comprehensive peer-reviewed report detailing how climate change affects the United States, with the point being to inform Congress and federal agencies as well as state and local governments and anyone else who cares about how to prepare for climate change and design climate policy. And it is big, right? Which makes sense since climate change impacts everything. It covers health, food, agriculture, air and water, energy, transportation, insurance markets, the weather, the economy. I could keep going. Main point being, though, it's very valuable, but even during his first term, Trump opposed it. Or back when the fourth report wrapped up in 2018, Trump's administration released it on Black Friday, which many interpreted as him trying to slide it under the rug. With then the fifth one being in 2023 and the sixth one set to finish in 2028, or at least it was supposed to, but second-term Trump is acting much more aggressively to smother it before it's even born. With a saying that after scientists submitted a detailed outline of the report back in February, the White House put the usual review of it on hold and postponed the comment period. Which then, fast forward to this last Monday, and you had the administration dismissing literally everybody who was working on the report all at once. We're talking nearly 400 scientists, experts, and contributors who were suddenly taken off this project that they've been working on for the benefit of everyone else. And as far as the explanation, the email they received simply stated, at this time, the scope of the NCA-6 is being evaluated in accordance with the Global Change Research Act of 1990. And this notably comes after the White House also canceled its contract with the firm that hires most of the staff at the Global Change Research Program, which is the agency that oversees the reports, earlier this month. Something that already hamstrung the process, since that program coordinated input from 14 federal agencies and hundreds of external scientists. But now it appears there's just nobody working on the report at all, coordination or not. And so with that, you had a co-author on the last climate assessment telling the New York Times, this is as close as it gets to a termination of the assessment. If you get rid of all the people involved, nothing's moving forward. Now, I will say it's doubtful whether this will stand in the court, since the report is legally mandated by Congress, and even the White House itself suggested some form of it may resume later, with the same email concluding, as plans develop for the assessment, there may be future opportunities to contribute or engage. Thank you for your service. But still, many scientists fear that whatever report does come out in 2028, it won't be the report that they were preparing. Or because Russell Vought, Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget, wrote before the election that the next president should reshape the Global Change Research Program, with him arguing that the agency's scientific reports on climate change were often used as the basis for environmental lawsuits that constrained federal government actions. And this is, of course, Trump himself has a long history of saying that climate change is a hoax. To many concerned that Trump's people are going to write their own report from scratch, contradicting the well-established science showing that human-caused climate change is a real and dire threat. And of course, all of this, as you know if you watch the show, it's just a small piece of the puzzle, or just a small piece of Trump's war on science. We've seen drastic cuts, chaos, and censorship at NOAA, the EPA, the CDC, the NIH, and many other agencies that produce valuable government research. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, I'm not usually one for scare tactics, but I am genuinely freaked out by how creative and real scams have become. And to be blunt, if you've got Wi-Fi and a pulse, you're fair game. And it's not just about protecting yourself anymore, it's protecting everyone in your circle, your kids, parents, grandparents, you get it. And it's why I use our sponsor, NordVPN. It's no longer just about privacy, it's about access, protection, and not accidentally handing your data over to some rando in a basement. I use NordVPN to keep my digital life secure. The family also loves using it to access streaming content from all around the world, but increasingly, I'm grateful to Nord for providing the best shot at maintaining access to information. Nord, it keeps me anonymous online. They mask your IP address, keeping you anonymous, and encrypt your data so it doesn't end up in the wrong hands, whether it's hackers, shady governments, or your ISP being nosy. With thousands of servers worldwide, you can access anything, stream your favorite shows, and enjoy fast, secure P2P sharing. Simply put, staying safe online, it shouldn't be complicated. So let me make it easy. Just head to nordvpn.com/Phil and grab a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus an extra 4 months. That's nordvpn.com/Phil, or scan the QR code, and it's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. But then, next up today, we've got to talk about the news that Donald Trump's now gearing up to go after state and local officials who defy him, and maybe use the military to do it. Or at least, that's one way of looking at 2 executive orders that he just signed. So the first order, it directs AG Pam Bondi and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that the Trump administration considers sanctuary jurisdictions, which are cities and states that limit or refuse to help Trump with his mass deportation effort. With seeing the administration lately growing more upset that these places won't hold immigrants in jail beyond their release dates to make it easier for federal officials to detain them. And then, with that list, the head of each executive department or agency is supposed to help identify what they call appropriate federal funds, including grants and contracts that can be suspended or terminated. Though notably, this is also happening less than a week since a federal judge in San Francisco temporarily blocked the government from enforcing part of another executive order that would withhold funds from cities that don't want to work with Trump on his immigration plan. Which of course means we're gonna have to wait to see where the case ends up, what happens from there. But then with that, this week's order, it also aims to make sure that unauthorized immigrants do not get federal benefits from private entities, which could mean, for example, nonprofits running federally funded housing, food, or employment programs. With the order also possibly hindering unauthorized immigrants from getting more affordable tuition for higher education. But then finally, on top of all that, for cities and states that remain defiant, Bondi and Noem are supposed to, quote, pursue all necessary legal remedies and enforcement measures to end these violations. violations and bring such jurisdictions into compliance with the laws of the United States. And on that note, we've already started to see what this might look like. Because in the past week, for example, we had the Trump administration suing the city of Rochester, New York for allegedly illegally impeding immigration enforcement, along with the news that they arrested and brought charges against a Milwaukee judge for obstruction after she allegedly helped an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest. Which then actually brings us to the second executive order, which broadly directs the AG to use enforcement measures against state and local officials, quote, unlawfully prohibiting law enforcement officers from carrying out duties, or who, quote, unlawfully engage in discrimination or civil rights violations under the guise of DEI. And with that, the second executive order, it's all about law enforcement. So some saying that its potential implications are worrying at the very least and downright terrifying at most. Because for one, the order instructs the AG to provide legal resources to police officers accused of wrongdoing. And that after suggesting that police officers are often wrongly accused and abused by state or local officials who impose legal and political handcuffs on law enforcement that make aggressively enforcing the law impossible. And then with that, the order also directs the AG to review and modify existing restraints on law enforcement, such as federal consent decrees, which are essentially legally binding reform plans that often end up in place after investigations find a specific police department has patterns of unconstitutional policing. So you have many saying just that by itself, that's pretty alarming, but it's potentially this next part that has the most people freaking out. Right? And that because it's the part talking about increasing the provision of excess military and national security assets in local jurisdictions to assist state and local law enforcement. With it saying that the Secretary of Defense should be consulted to determine how these assets, as well as training and personnel, can most effectively be utilized to prevent crime. And so with all that, we're seeing a lot of conversation about this actually just being an order meant to pave the way for Trump to deploy the military domestically. Some talking about martial law and the possibility of living in what they refer to as an actual fascist police state or military state.
But we already do live
from that. We've got to talk about this
we
new
do
cancer
live in a
treatment that
police
doctors
state.
have
We
called
already live in a
stunning,
police
amazing,
state.
and groundbreaking. Where I'll start is by saying this is relevant for a particular.
We do live. We have 55,000 prisons. The fucker. We do live. In a police state. There are 55,000 prisons for 50 states. Need to shut the fuck up with that fascist bullshit. Open every jail cell to
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Type of cancer, one with a genetic mutation known as mismatch repair deficiency, which basically means that the tumor can't repair damaged DNA, which causes abnormal proteins to build up inside of them. Now, for doctors, that's actually convenient because it means that the tumor carries a natural biomarker that the body's immune system can target. Thing is, though, the mutation also gives the tumor a kind of shield against the immune system, allowing it to grow. But that is exactly where dostarlimab comes in, because this drug, it breaks down that shield, unleashing the body's immune system on the tumor. At least in theory, and if it works, it'll be a game changer. Because currently, this type of cancer, it's treated with a combination of surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy, or in other words, a fucking nightmare. And depending on where the tumor is, those procedures can leave lasting damage. With there being a whole range, whether it be removal of the stomach or bladder, or a permanent colostomy bag, or infertility, and problems with bowel, bladder, and sexual functions. Which is why for this clinical trial, you had just over 100 patients filing into the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York and rolling the dice, with nearly half suffering from rectal cancer and the rest having it everywhere from the stomach, esophagus, and liver to the endometrium, urinary tract, and prostate. But all of them, they had solid tumors with a mutation, and they were in stages 1, 2, or 3. So what you had is that each of them received immunotherapy, which consisted of periodic injections, and the results were shocking. 92% of patients had no detectable cancer at all after 2 years, with that number rising to 100% for the 49 who had rectal cancer and lowering to 65% for the rest, which is still huge. But then also, even for the 5 patients whose cancer recurred, 4 of them wiped out their tumors too, either by undergoing another round of immunotherapy or removing a lymph node. And the 5th still shrank their tumor with more immunotherapy. So with that, you're the study's lead author telling Time magazine, the bottom line is that everyone did benefit. No one was harmed. It takes home the message that therapy like this can lead to significant clinical complete responses, tumor downstaging, and significant improvement in the quality of life of patients. And I will say, it's especially startling when you realize how quickly it works. For the treatment, it only takes 6 months, but some tumors disappeared in as little as half that time, which is why you had an oncologist at Johns Hopkins telling the New York Times, 20 or 30 years ago, the idea that you could take large tumors of many different organs and treat them without doing surgery would seem like science fiction. Now, to be fair, there are a couple of caveats that make this breakthrough a little less exciting. Right, first of all, this particular mutation is only present in 2 to 3% of early stage solid tumors. And secondly, the drug costs about $11,000 per dose, and there are 9 doses. So there are concerns that, many people, they probably won't be eligible, and it'll be very expensive for those who are. But let me also give you a caveat to the caveat, which is if the drug gets included in clinical guidelines, it could be covered by insurance. And thanks to an earlier, smaller study, it's already been put in the guidelines for rectal cancer, and it's approved for uterine cancers as well. So now, the next step is to expand those guidelines to include other cancers and to further develop the drug with a cocktail of other treatments. Which is also why I want to add, this story isn't just about dostarlimab. It's also about how fucking amazing and surprising the field of cancer research is right now. And that's in addition to the strides we've made over the past few decades, right? I mean, the American Cancer Society just published data showing that the overall cancer mortality rate in the US from 1991 to 2022 declined by 34%. That translates to approximately 4.5 million people whose lives were saved. And this is where I'll add a little opinion to the news. I think we can get those numbers up if, yes, we not only, continue to fund research like this, but also ensure that our K to 12 schools are properly funded, opportunities are given, not only for higher education, but also trade schools, everything. As long as we have upward mobility in this country, a lot of things would be better. But then also regarding higher education, making sure that pipeline's not only intact, but wider than ever. That, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news is going to end. But I will see you soon, because of course I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Stop.
Approaching Stargate.
Hey everyone, welcome back. So several months ago, I made a video about Arc Raiders, the upcoming PvEVP extraction shooter from Embark, the same studio who brought you The Finals, a competitive first-person shooter that's actually doing quite well. Now, at the time, we were able to share our thoughts on the game, but unfortunately, we were actually unable to show you any directly captured footage. Instead, we were provided B-roll from the developer for use in our coverage, which is almost always a shame, because for the most part, any B-roll provided doesn't really do a great job of showcasing the game in action or being played like a typical gamer would. Usually it's a lot of slow walking, taking in the environment, showing off points of interest, stuff like that. Which, I get it. The devs are proud of their work, of what they've made, and I will say they should be of how this game looks in particular, because Arc Raiders is a gorgeous looking game visually, so I'm not too surprised when they want to show it off with canned B-roll. But again, the problem with canned B-roll is you don't really get a good feel of what it actually looks like while a real person is playing the game, right? And the other concern that people have with canned B-roll for these sort of videos is that they're trying—
You mean the software developers are liars and thieves and completely fabricate a product to steal your money, like the worst criminals in the world almost? Yeah, they do this all the time. And no, there's never been a single prosecution of any software developer. There's been prosecution for hackers, but not for software development. No, and they'll just do stuff like this. They'll canned B-roll some fucking 9-minute thing that they like redid in some AI thing, so you think the video game's gonna be a certain way. When you play it, it's got like a fourth of the frame rate, and the graphics look like a quarter as good, and you're like, wow, why does it look as good as the video does? This is marketing that they think that humanity has thought is okay since the 1910s or something, where they just show you a picture of something that delivers something else. What it really is stealing. That's all it really is. It's software developers stealing, like they always do.
The fact that the game's got issues, like performance issues.
I would say the most expensive video game in history should have been maybe $29.99. We sometimes get up to $140 now, and this is because software developers are primarily thieves. I would say primarily thieves. I would say most of them get into it to steal from children, I would say. Massively on a large tort sort of scale. They want to steal from children by selling them $30 software licenses that technically aren't even worth a penny.
Issues or bugs, which I will say, in Arc
All it really is a scrawling of a picture on a wall. It's art, so, it's subjective what you can charge for it, but it's the most syndicated, corporatized art that there is, and the people who do it are thieves. And I mean this. I would attack them physically if they were ever in the same room as me. I consider them like thieves.
Raiders instance, when
Todd Howard, complete thief, I would say. You consult how many times he sold Skyrim, and you'll understand how many software licenses he sold at $60 a pop of the same game, same re-release, same everything. You'll understand that, yeah, the worst thief of them all is Bethesda. But I mean, they make good games, so I don't care what they do.
Jumping.
But I'll still yell about how they are thieves. They're fucking full-blown, like, junk artist
Autopilot
thieves.
disabled.
That's who they
Waypoint
are.
reached.
8521. It's a good sidearm, but I don't really need it per se. Doesn't really have that much ammo. I need to learn the game better. I need to buy aids, I guess. Treats infections. Maybe I should actually buy that. Immobilizer, injector, med packs. Buy those definitely. Pizza Square, Raisin Bran, cereal, Red Harvest non. Red Harvest rye, ship parts, snack bug, gummy bugs. Maybe I should buy ship parts. So yeah, maybe we should buy ship parts actually. Some mistakes. Deal. You are not selling bandages, so I guess I will have to go to the fucking med store. They have meds, so I probably should buy them. Why does this map look way, way better than most of the other maps? It's weird. And it's also 3D, which I don't think most of the other maps are. I want to build an outpost right the fuck outside of the lodge and medical, Reliant Medical. And see how close they'll let me do it. So I can just, like, look at Jemison. Preferably from an elevated position. I don't really see one, though. Yeah. That's okay. I like this place. I am going to Reliant Medical. How much is it to see a doctor?
Played it last fall. We didn't have any issues, so I was actually thoroughly surprised as to why they were just doing the videos with B-roll. But anyways, all of that changes as of today, because in addition to the preview that I played back in November, just this past week I got another opportunity to check out the game, playing for a few afternoons, seeing some new stuff that they added, and getting quite a few good matches in. And as such, today I actually have some good gameplay footage to show you. Yay, I'm thrilled, honestly, thrilled. All right, and speaking of which, I will say right at the top here that I have been pretty impressed with this game. If you enjoy the extraction genre, this does seem like it's going to potentially be another good one of those. It does a lot of things quite well. Movement and gunplay both feel fantastic. It's got an interesting setting and world, great sound design, which is very important for this genre and done particularly well here. And as mentioned, it is just one hell of a looker. The animations, the textures, the lighting, the atmosphere, all of it. This is a pretty looking game, and it also has seemed quite polished as well as running well for me to boot. Now, if you don't like extraction PvEVP shooters, none of that stuff will probably matter. But if you do, yes, this is looking like a good one. I'm going to save my tangent about the fact that this changed from a looter shooter when it was initially announced a few years back into an extraction shooter, because I am still a little personally just frustrated. It's whatever. I like extraction shooters too, and this is looking like
I like extraction shooters to a very low degree. I think they have a lot of promise, but none of them have been done totally correctly, like Rust. Rust did it the best, but they still didn't even do that correctly. Yeah, fuck it. Why don't bandages stop fucking bleeding? You're so stupid. Oh, I'm poor? Oh, I'm poor. Okay. So I have to go get money before I... Or at least I came to Reliant now. It feels good to wind down this hardcore character. That does not bother me. I do not mind. I might start carrying X potions or like vial elixirs around on my main, because every once in a while... I feel good that I lost the hardcore character, because it was actually scaring me how much time I was spending on it. And I think it's a good thing, actually. It's kind of like hanging out with the bad kids. I said goodbye to them. You know? I'm not hanging out with your bad crew. I'll end up smoking or something, you know? Yeah, sell everything. Mystery Gravisuit, Star Shards. We got a lot of them. We're going to sell 5 of them. Ecliptic Spacesuit. Sell all. Constellation Spacesuit, 1215. Nope. Ballroom Space Helmet worth 810. Skip Shop Modified Grendel. Carry Ecliptic Pack. Now, with this Gravisuit, I can't wear a pack, right? Not without breaking the ensemble, no. So... I can sell that. Oh, okay.
Extraction shooter, so we're going to talk about it. So today I'm going to be giving you a basic overview of Arc Raiders, going over what the game is, what you do in it, sharing some of my early thoughts, and yes, finally actually getting to show you some real honest to goodness gameplay. Before diving into all of that though, we do have a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by War Robots, an online third-person 6v6 PvP shooter where dozens of war robots and hundreds of weapon combinations are used to compete in intense clan battles. This is an entirely new game in the War Robots franchise, built by a new development team from the ground up for PC and console platforms. Some key features include you've got the ability to build your own fighter with tons of robots, each with unique design, strengths, and weaknesses. There are a lot of different play styles supported, whether you want to be aggressive and focus on hunting down other players, or supportive, bolstering your team's offensive and defensive capabilities. You can customize things, selecting what weapons and modules you'd like. The game supports group play with the aforementioned 6 vs 6. You can join a clan of regular people you like playing with, or if you prefer playing solo as I do, they've got 3 different game modes across 4 different maps for you to enjoy. So War Robots originally launched earlier this year and is now getting its second major update with Season 1 Act 2 Smuggler's Run. There's a brand new battle pass with loads of stuff to earn. You get the new Scorpion War Robot, the new Tusk shotgun weapon, Gamma Beam cycle gear, homing missile cycle gear, brand new wraps, decals, paints, and more. If you are interested interested and would like to learn more, you can check out War Robots for yourself. Be sure to use the link in the video description below and collect some free rewards. Okay, so let's start things out with a basic overview. Arc Raiders, as mentioned, it is an extraction shooter, but what exactly does that entail? Well, all of the core fundamentals will be familiar to you if you have played pretty much any extraction game in your history. You start off dropping in with a beginning set of weapons and consumables, spawning at some random point on the outskirts of your chosen map. From there, you'll want to just start exploring, walking around the environment, visiting different points of interest, all while scavenging for loot. That is what you were there for. You're there to pick up and leave with loot, so you want to be looking for loot. Now, all of the areas on each map are individually marked. It's going to tell you, actually, when you mouse over, say, a particular structure, it's going to say, hey, what sort of items are you going to find here? What is the danger level? What can you expect in this location? Now, in that process, you will also be fighting enemies. There is the PvE side of things, which comes in the form of various types of ground and air robots and drones. Quite a large diversity of here, doing all sorts of different things. But then, of course, you also have the constant threat of other players who are also in your lobby and will, without fail, shoot before asking questions. At least that has been the case in my experience, both on the giving and the receiving side of that equation, just saying. And yes, as is the case with many extraction games, it is true here as well that audio plays a massively important role. It's just one of those games where every single thing that you do will make a distinct sound. Every action, every movement, opening containers, attacking, of course, even just swapping weapons, all of it has particular sound effects associated with it. And as you play, you're going to learn what each of those sound means. And what it basically does is it just lets you keep track of what nearby players are doing, because either you'll be hiding from them or preparing to ambush them. That's the thing. You listen for the sounds. It's essentially 3D vision, but audio, right? You're using your auditory senses, and you're picking up on exactly what players are doing as you learn what these sounds are as you continue to progress. Like literally going from standing to crouching makes a particular sound. Swapping weapons makes a particular sound. Of course, shooting will make sounds. Bandaging makes a particular sound. All of it. And you learn that, and that tells you what players are doing as long as you're able to pay attention. And those sounds aren't overwritten by the sound of gunfire or the sound of the robots and drones going off all crazy, which they will do quite a lot. There's also various types of events and hazards to help spice up the action in runs. And ultimately, yes, you're trying to stay alive, you're trying to collect loot, and you're trying to extract with said loot, taking anything with you that you collected. And if you do so successfully, you will then be able to store any loot and currency that you have in your stash, then crafting some upgrades to make you stronger for the next run, advancing some larger account-wide progression systems, of which there are a few, and then re-equipping yourself, loading back up with consumables, making sure you got enough ammo, and going in once again. And that is the basic core gameplay loop of Arc Raiders, just like a lot of extraction games. But here's a few more detailed specifics. First, let's talk about the different maps and points of interest. So the game currently features 3 separate playable maps, each one of them in a unique location with distinct environments and handcrafted points of interest within them. The first map is the Dam. This is like a swampy region. It's got like lakes and rivers, and then of course at its centerpiece, a massive dam running right through the middle. Beyond the dam itself, you got a lot of auxiliary buildings. There's some research domes dotting the landscape as well, but just big, buildings associated with the dam and the supporting of said dam. The map Spaceport, in terms of its terrain, it consists of some rolling hills and fields. It's got a huge space shuttle launching tower right in the middle, and then along with that is some like massive manufacturing and maintenance buildings in support of the launching tower. And then finally, there is the buried city. This is an abandoned city in the desert that's been partially buried by sand. Much of it has been buried by sand. It has many of the expected city structures, things like a train station, there's a residential district, you got the library, town hall, and even a hospital. Now, all of the maps, I will say, are fairly decently sized. I think the buried city is the smallest of it, but it's like small and compact with a lot more verticality, and just everything's kind of jam-packed into a tighter square footage. And as mentioned, they're all rather unique from each other. There's lots of big multi-level buildings in every map. They make great use of vertical space across the board, with there being a multitude of ways as well to approach any situation due to that vertical space. Whether you're trying to get an angle on another team, or hide from a massive robot, or just get into and out of a building that you're looking for loot in, there's a lot of agency in terms of moving around these spaces. Many entrances and exits at various levels. The game even has a zip line in it that you can set up wherever you want, which helps play into the moving through this highly vertical environment. Now, beyond the basic terrain as well as random structures, each map, as mentioned, also contains several distinct named points of interest. These will all be associated with the map's theming and location. They can also be highlighted as you have your map pulled up, and this is going to tell you basic details about the area. For example, it'll say what category of a building is it. So whether that's going to be raider, tech, mechanical, industrial, etc. Each of these categories coincide with specific types of resources and items that you're going to find there, and those resources and items you're farming to craft things as well as to fuel the out-of-game progression systems. It's also going to tell you the current arc presence on any of those points of interest, and this will be rated from low to medium up to high. These are color coded as well, and it all just translates to how many arc PvE enemies are in the area. The higher the presence, the more numerous and deadly of enemy types you're going to encounter. These named points of interest also play into the game's questing system, as you're going to be tasked with heading to specific locations, retrieving some sort of an item, or finding a particular type of loot and bringing it back to the out-of-game NPCs. And then some of the bigger points of interest are also going to have these specialty locked rooms, where if you happen to acquire the key card for said room, it's going to let you get in and you are rewarded with some rare loot and typically some nice weapons in there as well. There's also quite a few dynamic events. These will happen on all of the maps, things to keep an eye out for. So you got regular occurring events like the drop pods falling from the sky. You're going to see these coming in. They make a lot of noise, and then when they drop to the ground, you can go break them open essentially. However, doing so takes forever and also makes quite a lot of noise, but if you manage to get into it successfully and loot it, you get some high rarity resources in there that are very valuable. There's also a lot of environmental noise generating things on all of the maps. Like you got groups of birds that if you fly too close to, they're gonna flock away. That makes some noise. You got security cameras that if they spot you, they're gonna set off an alarm. That makes some noise, of course. And all of these things are just ways of alerting other players to your presence. So it's things you're gonna want to try to avoid setting off yourself, but if you see them set off, head towards it because there's some players over there. And then of course you've got the weather, and this actually plays a pretty big role as well. Some days it's going to be clear, some days it'll be overcast, but other times you're going to have these rainstorms, and this is it really impacts the gameplay. It goes all the way to like thunderstorm level. There's also day-night cycle in the game, and all of this has pretty drastic implications on visibility along with audio clarity. Like if you were in torrential downpours and a thunderstorm happening, you can't hear anything outside, basically. You're only going to be able to start picking up on audio clues once you get inside. And I think that's just a nice way of them mixing up the formula and changing things from run to run. And then, of course, lastly, being an extraction game, every map it has extraction points. These are in set locations. Several of these are on every single map. You pull up your map, they will be marked. It's going to have a countdown timer as well that tells you how much longer you have before that extraction area closes. And there are two main kinds. You've got the group extraction points. These are things like metro stations or elevators, but there are also solo extractions via these hatches, although the big difference there is that you actually need to use a consumable key in order to solo extract, but the group extracts can be done by anyone at any time. It just takes some time for the thing to get either the elevator to come up or the metro to arrive at the station, and it's also noisy as well. Other players will know what's happening, whereas the solo extractions, if you have a key, you can just walk there, get in the hatch, go down, and you're all set. Now, outside of the static nature of the maps themselves that are then further mixed up with some of these dynamic events, the day-night cycle and the weather, you've also got these global events that can take place where they will take an existing map and put just a overarching layer of changes onto it. So for one example, they've got these things called night raids where it's literally set in the middle of the night, pretty pitch black, and really changes the atmosphere, makes it harder to see enemies as well that are off in the distance. And then there's also this a global event called the Harvester where
I think Force has been passing on a lot of shill games to me that I wasn't able to actually play. Like in Shrouded, I think Nightingale was actually the best out of all of them, but I still don't think Nightingale's very good, as unfortunate as it is. Bellray was okay, but I mean, he pitches a lot of games that for people who are desperate for something new. And I'm desperate for something new, but I mean, like these games that he pitches, they all look good on paper, but I don't think I've managed to continue to play any of these games that he's pitched. Any of them.
Mass active spider robot is protecting a point of interest. And as you would expect, inside that point of interest is some very, very valuable loot. So everyone in the lobby wants to get there. The problem is there's a massive mech spider in the way, and they are very, very, very hard to deal with. So again, just ways to mix it up. And I'm glad they're bringing some of this stuff, which was undoubtedly part of the game when it was a PvE focused looter shooter. It's nice to see them rolling it back into this extraction game, because man, I would have loved to. I just so would have loved the looter shooter, but it's extraction, and I like extraction too. Okay, let's talk about the enemies. Speaking of the PvE side of things, the PvE enemies in this game are called Ark, and they're definitely one of the highlights here. There's a fairly large variety of different robots and drones. You get tiny spiders that can cling to your face, basically locking you down for a moment. You got these small balls in various different variations. Some of them will roll up to you, open up for a second, and then shoot a stream of flames in your face. There's other ones that spin up and charge you at a high speed, leaving a trail of flames behind them. And then you get the medium-sized mecha spiders. They come with all sorts of different varieties. There are melee ones that will perform lunging attacks. There are ones that basically just have these massive artillery turrets on them, and they just unload on you. It's really crazy. And then there's a ton of different flying drone variations, each with their own function. You got ones that have assault rifles, ones that have tasers, will lock you down, ones that shoot rocket launchers. And then probably the biggest threat of all is the alarm drones. These kind of move around fairly nimbly, scanning the ground, and if they spot a player, they're going to summon in attack drones to that location. But on top of that, they have a large alarm that makes a crap ton of noise, and that's going to tell players in the area, there's another person over here, you should head on over. And even setting aside the fact that this is a full-on PvP loot-driven game, the PvE Ark enemies alone are quite dangerous. Like, even just the tiny spiders clinging to your face can be a problem, because if there's another robot in the area, while the spiders got you CC'd for a few seconds until you pull it off, the other robot can just be continuously attacking you. And then you've got the big spiders and the security drones, both of which will make your life a nightmare. But really, beyond that, there's just the simple fact that anytime you fight any Ark enemies, any of the PvE, you're making a lot of noise. Your guns make a lot of noise, they make a lot of beeping and booping, as well as their guns make a lot of noise. And all of this will alert other players that you are engaged with the PvE. And it gets to the point where basically whenever you have a PvE fight, there is going to be a PvP fight following shortly after. You can count on it. In fact, anytime in all of our time that we've played this game, anytime we have fought any of the Ark bots, the PvE, for more than a handful of seconds, another team would roll up less than a minute later. A fact that, mind
This is
you,
my problem
you
with these
could take
games.
advantage of yourself. You can make some noise, dispatch of the PvE.
Like, Rust is sometimes really, really quiet, and I liked Rust's pacing because it doesn't always feel like you're going to get killed when you're somewhere. Sometimes you do get good, successful runs, but like the pacing was such that you didn't always know if somebody was going to be there or not. Some of these games, you can just count on somebody coming.
Enemies, or just hide from them, use that noise as a lure to get other players to come to that area and then ambush them. All sorts of potential here. Now, as for the PvP, it's pretty straightforward stuff. Other players are on the map with you. I don't exactly know the lobby size. I want to say it's somewhere between 15-ish to 20 players. It might be a little lower than that. I'm really not sure. I think it might depend on the map as well, but there's enough people that you're going to bump into them. You will be hearing them off in the distance pretty regularly. Other players moving around the map, for all the reasons mentioned before, you will know when they're nearby, be it from them triggering an alarm, dealing with some Ark enemies, or just creating the unavoidable noise that is made by simply moving through the environment. Short of camping in a corner, and not so much as even swapping your weapons, you are going to hear other players nearby. It's just going to happen. And yes, it is for sure a kind of shoot first, ask questions later kind of a game. You are unlikely to be making friends in your lobbies, although there is proximity chat, so it's possible, but definitely I would not count on it. I will say as well, gunplay feels great. This applies to both the PvE and PvP. Just wanted to make the note, like, they managed to make shooting feel pretty impactful, which is pretty hard for a third-person shooter, honestly. Yeah. Just now I'm thinking about the shooting in Dune and how much worse it feels in comparison. I still like Dune because I'm not playing Dune for the shooting necessarily. Anyways, there's a down but not out mechanic here, which gives you a chance to be revived if you're playing with other people. If you do die though, it's traditional extraction game hardcore in the sense that you drop absolutely everything with the exception of the 1 or 2 items you've got tucked away in your safe pocket. There's progression systems in the game as well, so between rounds you're going to have access to your inventory, vendors, crafting, and various forms of account progression. There are multiple trader NPCs in the game. These include security facility, the gun shop, the grenade shop, and the medical bay, and they sell you basically a host of everything that you need, from basic materials, solo hatch keys, ammo, weapons, attachments. You got grenades, binoculars, zip lines, healing stims, armor, other stuff. They also give quests. Each of the NPCs are going to have their own quest chains, ask you to do different things, and then you've got progression through the workshop. So you've got, first of all, this little rooster called Scrappy, and in between matches he will periodically bring you basic materials. This is essentially your, if you keep on dying run after run, this is how you get the resources to keep on going again and again. They also have a free mode where you go in without a loadout and you're going to be given a random weapon and some consumables. And then it's also here at the workshop that you set up workbenches, and you've got the different workbenches for all of the game's items and consumables and your ability to craft them. Then you've got the character skill tree with 3 different trees to pick between: conditioning, mobility, and survival. And these give you various perks and enhancements, making it so that you use less stamina when you run, better healing, better listening, better dodging, but better movement through the environment, faster movement through the environment, all that stuff. Now let's move on to the early feedback. I've played a couple of sessions of this game so far, first in the fall and then most recently last week. Let's talk about what I think. Starting with the pros: gameplay, feel, and polish. It's phenomenal. Moving around the environment, shooting, the whole thing feels really good. I've been really impressed. It's just it feels good to play this game. Not much else to say other than that. Also, as I've already said, and you have likely seen yourself in the footage here, the visuals in this game are jaw-dropping, honestly, is how I put it. This game just looks phenomenal. I said this in the past, but it definitely bears repeating. On many occasions, I found myself pausing just to look around. I was that impressed with how good the lighting and environments were, and that's in a PvP game. I don't do that very often in a PvP game, but man, this game it looks really great. Performance has been awesome for me as well. It ran pretty flawlessly, perfectly smooth frame rates. I think I had a consistent 120 FPS the entire time I played. That goes a long way for me, with the caveat, of course, that I do have a pretty high-end machine, so keep that in mind. Sound is also very good. All of the audio, whoever the audio engineer is for this studio, they did a bang-up job, because this is some great sounding audio, which is important for an extraction game, so I'm glad they took the time and got this right. It's also got some unique twist on the extraction genre, with that constant robot threat, the fact that they have persistent maps with players coming in and out, and some of their dynamic events, how big of an impact the weather system has. All that stuff is pretty neat. And lastly, I love the setting. The game is heavily inspired by popular sci-fi from the 70s. You can kind of see that in the character design, the outfits, even the color palette that they use, the theming, the music. I like it. A little bit different than what I'm used to. Now on to the cons. For starters, inventory space. A lot of games have this issue, but it seems especially problematic in survival and extraction games, and I would say that's the case here. It's just not a lot of fun constantly juggling with your inventory and managing your inventory. I wish we could come up with an extraction game formula that still did all that stuff well, but didn't make it such a hassle to deal with your inventory constantly. Also, as a con, I guess, and not really, because it's just what the game is, but I'm going to put this out there for people. It is, yes, a hardcore PvP-focused extraction game yet again, and I enjoy this genre. I like playing these games, but it's definitely a gamble. Any multiplayer game like this really relies heavily on having a decent-sized, healthy player base for it to stay alive. And as a result, well, you've seen it. Over the past several years, we've seen quite a few extraction games come and then go, despite actually being decent, which then leads me to my second con, the fact that Arc Raiders is no longer a looter shooter, as it was initially intended to be. I know, I just can't let it go. This will be the last time I talk about it, though, I promise. Yes, because back in 2021, when the game was revealed, it was, at the time, said to be a PvE looter shooter. It was supposed to be in the vein of things like Division, Warframe, or even Destiny, if you want to throw that in there. And to be honest, as much as I do like it as an extraction game, because I think this is a solid extraction game, it looks good, it plays well, it feels good to play, they've got some cool ideas and systems in here, I'm still a bit disappointed that it's not the looter shooter that it was initially intended to be. And that disappointment is only reinforced with how damn good the PvE is in this game. With all of the varied and interesting enemy types, I would have loved to see what they had in the works as a looter shooter, because that also seemed like it would have been really good. But alas, I'm gonna drop it. If I cover Arc Raiders again in the future, I won't be complaining about this again, I promise. Anyways. But beyond that, I mean, I don't really have much in the way of feedback. I've only played for a handful of days in totality between last fall and then this past week. I would really need to play a bit more if I wanted to drill down on any more fine-tuned feedback and cons, because yeah, for the most part, it's pretty good, and it's an extraction shooter, so it is what it is. If you like extraction shooters, this seems like a pretty good one of those. And I also like third person, so there you go. And with that, that pretty much does it for our preview of Arc Raiders. As I said, I think as extraction games go, this is quite competent. It looks great, it plays well, it's got a unique setting, and it seems to have as good a chance as any other extraction game has of surviving. And I want to let you know that they do have a technical test starting this week on April 30th. It's going to be running for about 5 days, I believe, available on PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. So if you're even vaguely interested, here's a great chance to try it before it comes out. I'll be curious to see how well the game is received. Probably gonna jump in and play a bit more myself this week, so yeah, maybe I'll see you out there. But that is all for today. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed the vid. Arc Raiders, it seems like a pretty good extraction game. See you next time, guys. Take it easy. No Rest for the Wicked was without question one of my favorite
Man, they just instant load.
It's been a week since Bethesda Game Studios shadow dropped Oblivion Remastered, and we have to talk about this launch. This game is doing a lot better than many people suspected, but at the same time, there are mounting complaints around the game. Even as some of the positive reviews are starting to roll in, some of the problems with Oblivion are showing more than ever, with many fans reporting visual bugs or even media outlets saying this game wasn't ready for release. But Bethesda has been quick to respond to all of that. Depending on platform, Oblivion has already gotten updates. It's actually a bit of a weird situation there, because certain other platforms have gotten no updates whatsoever, and we gotta talk about mods. What's possible, what's not, and what's coming in the future. Oblivion Remastered came out 7 days ago now, and in this past week we got a ton of data that basically forces us to acknowledge how insane of a launch this game just saw. After years of fans basically getting on their knees and begging, Bethesda has finally released a remaster of one of their games, and they did it in a super interesting way. They hired a third-party studio, used dual engines to really only have to remake the visuals of this game, and after all of that work was done, they just dropped it one day with no notice. And I think that Shadow Drop in particular really ended up benefiting Oblivion. The game eventually hit a peak of 216,000 players this Sunday on Steam, with Bethesda now reporting that 4 million people had played the remaster in its first 4 days from release. They posted this 4 million player number on Friday, while the Steam peak only hit on Sunday afternoon, which definitely makes me think the real number is now a lot closer to 5 million. And to put those numbers into context, Bethesda reported 6 million players for Starfield the day after its full release, which was kind of 6 days later because that game, of course, did have a early access window. Starfield was the biggest launch in Bethesda Game Studios history, so that means that an Oblivion remaster that was made by cheaper European labor is putting up numbers that are somewhat in conversation with Starfield. Like, the game almost certainly cost a fraction of the amount to make, but is hitting a somewhat similar player count. They're not quite on par. Starfield is definitely a bigger game, at least on release, but they're in the same ballpark. That is insane, and I honestly think a huge part of this is the Shadow Drop. We saw this crazy phenomenon where a game release almost went viral. It was like the internet had to drop everything and pay attention to this one for a few days. If we look back at that leaked Bethesda roadmap from 2020, they forecasted the Oblivion remaster making $190 million in its release year. And as a nice point of comparison, Indiana Jones was forecasted to make even more at $230 million in its release year. Indiana Jones also hit 4 million players, but that wasn't reported until about 6 weeks after release. Technically, we don't know when Indy hit that 4 million number, but if it was in just days, I imagine we would have heard it sooner. Oblivion, we know for a fact, had the same number in just 4 days. And Oblivion was a shadow drop. There was no lead-up marketing, and of course, no ability to pre-order. To me, it really sounds like Oblivion is outselling Indiana Jones, and we already know Indiana Jones was such a success that Lucasfilm reached out about a sequel almost immediately. So while we obviously don't have any hard sales data here, based off all of these metrics, it really seems like Oblivion Remastered is massively overperforming right now. It's likely making more money than Bethesda forecasted, and just overall seems to be a massive hit. And I personally attribute at least part of that to the shadow drop. I saw so many people being so happy just to get their hands on the game, to the point where many said they weren't even going to play on Game Pass. They were going to spend the $50 to buy this at full price because they appreciated the fact that the game was just here instantly. And you have to imagine this success means more shadow drops in the future, other companies taking lessons from this, more remasters for Bethesda games. Microsoft wants one of these right next to a new season of the Fallout TV show, almost certainly. And all of this went down even despite the fact that some feel like Oblivion Remastered wasn't even ready for release. In the weeks since release, Oblivion Remastered has been getting a ton of reviews, and while overall they have been great, 88% recommend it on OpenCritic while it sits at 82% positive reviews on Steam, it's been this weird phenomena where, yeah, Oblivion is almost universally being praised, but it's also almost universally being critiqued. The game just has performance issues. A lot of people are more than happy to push through those and continue playing though, and thankfully Bethesda has already started to address at least some of these. Something weird is going on with the updates to Oblivion Remastered. The game has received several updates depending on which platform you're on. PlayStation and Steam users just seem to have gotten nothing so far, so there hasn't been an update one way or another, while Game Pass and Xbox have actually gotten multiple updates, but at different points and even doing different things. So what's going on here? On Friday, some Oblivion players started to notice their game was updated. This happened on both Xbox and for Microsoft Store players on PC, of which the vast majority of Microsoft Store players are likely playing on Game Pass. And Microsoft Store players got a real raw deal here. This update was supposed to address some cross-save issues with the Microsoft Store version of the game, but it accidentally removed the menu options for upscalers and frame generation. So you just no longer could select things like DLSS or FSR, as those choices were no longer available on your menu. And many players reported a massive FPS drop as those features were seemingly turned off now, which really sucks. You're going into the weekend, I'm sure many people just jumping into the game for the first time, and all of a sudden you just get a giant FPS cut for seemingly no reason, just a bug. But thankfully yesterday, Bethesda did restore that content in a hotfix for the Microsoft Store version, so everything should be good now. Although they do note that you may need to reselect your upscaler settings if they were disabled. But then separately, there was an Xbox patch that just is a legit update that brought changes and improvements to performance. Xbox technically got a quick patch on day one to address other issues, but then on Friday, a new 1.9 gigabyte update did ship for the game, and this is bringing some noticeable performance improvements. Digital Foundry found more than 10 FPS gains in some areas of the map, and just generally improved performance on Xbox thanks to patch optimizations. It's not like settings were turned down or anything like that, the game just is running a bit better after this update. Sadly, despite the overall higher FPS, stutters are still occurring, and even occurring in the exact same locations as before the patch, so the hitching or stuttering issue is certainly not resolved with this one, but it is a bit of a weird situation where, yeah, Xbox players, not even PC players, but just Xbox players, are now playing on a more updated version of the game that just gets more FPS. That same patch never came to PC or PS5. I have to imagine it's going to be coming at some point. It likely got rolled into a larger patch, the first real official patch that'll be coming for this game, hopefully coming later this week, but whenever it does come, I will have a video on it, so get subscribed for that. Because this game really does need patches on PC and PlayStation, and even more on Xbox. Digital Foundry described Oblivion Remastered on PC as one of the worst running games that specific reviewer had ever tested while working at Digital Foundry. Part of the problem being, this game just has issues regardless of platform. Digital Foundry was running the game on one of the best PCs money could buy at 1080p,
Yeah,
someone with that PC is likely mostly playing at 4K, and yet they would still receive gigantic hitches in gameplay. And the hitches and stutters are definitely a much larger issue with a game like Oblivion because a lot of the gameplay is just running around in the open world, experiencing what there is to find. And as Digital Foundry concluded, there just isn't a fix right now. Even adjusting settings to their lowest, like they did here, your FPS will improve a ton, but those stutters and hitches will remain. And of course, the game looks awful while you stutter through it anyway. Basically, there's no fix right now. We would need an update to fix this stuttering issue. But if you're interested, Digital Foundry does provide some graphic setting recommendations to maximize performance on PC, even despite the stuttering. I'll link to their video down below if you're interested. And it's not even like performance is the only issue facing this game right now. It definitely has problems beyond all of this. A variety of more minor bugs are around. Bethesda has been updating a bunch of their support articles with workarounds, and many obvious bugs will seemingly be patched in the first major update, which is a really good sign. But also, just as a whole, the game has a lot of issues with lighting. Its updated and overhauled lighting system looks good, but if you look a bit closer, it doesn't look quite as good. Consoles have a plethora of lighting issues right now, and things like ray tracing integration are just not great in this game. HDR isn't even a feature, and it's a 2025 remaster. Like, it's literally just a setting they could have turned on in Unreal Engine. And just generally, as modders have begun digging into this one, Oblivion Remastered's overhauled lighting is poorly optimized and just not super well implemented. Modders have done better themselves with Skyrim's overhauled lighting system, but thankfully more updates should be coming to Oblivion. Right now in Bethesda's Discord, they are actively soliciting feedback and suggestions around this game, while also pointing users to submit tickets with issues. This is a Discord channel that is actively being watched by some of the developers of the remaster, so it definitely seems like we'll be getting a fair amount of post-launch support. Many people suggesting things like change-ups to the difficulty modes, the addition of mod support, and potentially even a photo mode getting added. Right now, the modding situation with Oblivion Remastered is a bit complicated. Lots of mods from the original do work with this game. I have a video covering many of these. And while you can load Oblivion Remastered into an updated version of the Creation Kit, Oblivion's actual mod editor doesn't work, and as such, a lot is just restricted right now. Speaking with modders, many aspects of this game are currently obfuscated, and in turn, modding them is very difficult to impossible. Even just getting the game loaded into the SDK takes 600 gigabytes of hard drive space right now. It's pretty far from accessible and easy modding. Simple mods definitely are possible, but to get some of the more advanced stuff will require further tools, either from Bethesda or a lot of time for the community to decode this game and build those tools out for themselves. A lot of early mod tool creation is just figuring out how the game works and where things are in the first place, and that obviously takes a while when you can't see much. Even as just a simple example, any mod adding text into the game right now will get a NL prefix for some reason, but nobody can figure out why. So right now modders having to dig through the game's files to try and figure out what's going on. There are lists in the files that do mention mod tools, a potential construction set, which is the name of Oblivion's mod editor, could come, but at least as of right now, we just don't know. It's not like anything's concretely pointing towards, yes, this mod editor is coming one day. But with how much of a success Oblivion has been, I think Bethesda has a major incentive to get proper mod tools out, because that opens up the possibility to sell mods, just like they are with both Skyrim and Starfield. With how big of a release Oblivion Remastered was, and with how much money Bethesda is making from these paid mods, I just think this will happen. They have a lot of financial incentive to make sure modding is here. I think a lot of people just haven't realized how big creations have gotten, but whether you support them or not, they are bringing in a pretty penny for Bethesda right now, and I think they want paid mods in all of their future games as a result. Them taking feedback and kind of planning out future feature additions or new things to add to their game definitely makes me think that mod tools will come at some point. That is of course one of the #1 things being asked for right now. And if you are interested in more Oblivion updates and news, get subscribed. I'll be covering everything that happens around this title, but otherwise check out this video.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you my review after 100% for the Oblivion Remaster, or Oblivion Remastered if you prefer, which shadow dropped last Tuesday from the time of this video, and as somebody who loves the original alongside many other people, I've been playing through it this past week or so. And while it does indeed make some huge improvements over the original title, that also comes with some glaring performance issues that get annoying after a while, frankly, alongside a just host of other random stuff I want to talk about. But before we get into all that, to get my usual stuff out of the way, I review games after 100% all the time to set me apart from other reviewers on the platform, and while that does include the achievements, it also includes a lot more than that. There's a video link below going over everything I cover, and my Steam profile is public and linked down below as well. But in the case of Oblivion, it's a game I know like the back of my hand. In fact, I did a sort of retrospective on the original just last year in 2024, because as one of my favorite games of all time, admittedly, I know a lot about it like the back of my hand. hand. But
Yep.
even if I didn't, it's a pretty easy game to 100% just because of how well known and documented absolutely everything in the Elder Scrolls universe and franchise is these days, so it's not exactly like it would have been hard to figure out regardless. Also worth a mention before we get going though, that while this was shadow dropped and I did in fact pay for it, I was offered a review key by Bethesda just after the announcement of the shadow drop. They emailed me, but by the time they had emailed me about it, I had already paid for it, and thus of course declined. Moving on to the game itself and the sort of approach this review is going to take though, a couple of things to mention. One, I'm going to try to avoid spoilers. It is not unreasonable, I think, to assume that some people will be playing this game for the first time with this remaster, and I would rather not spoil the best parts of it for them, though I will give a few brief mentions and thoughts on certain things over the course of this review. What's more though, because of the remastered nature of this game, alongside the fact that I did that retrospective just last year, I am primarily going to be focused on what is new here. If you want my thoughts, and in-depth thoughts I might add, on the original version, as well as some explainers of how the systems work there, that video exists in full. And I don't really feel the need to rehash it almost in its entirety here, but nonetheless, still plenty of things to go over, as this is a pretty sweeping remaster. In fact, if it wasn't for one specific thing, the game utilizing the bulk of the original files from the original game, I would say it's more of a remake, honestly. And yet, no matter how you want to slice it, or which side of that debate you want to come down on, it's, I think, very apparent very quickly that while there are some problems, and we'll get into those, Oblivion Remastered does something remarkable in that it manages to retain what made Oblivion Oblivion, which are just these sort of awkward, ridiculous moments caused by both the game's Radiant AI systems, alongside just the nature of what Oblivion was and how it was developed. The feeling of that is still there, and this game, as a result of that, just feels like the original game, but simultaneously looking much better and playing much better, thanks to some very, very needed changes to things like the leveling system and the like, which would have been a given. Now that said, again, still a couple minor quibbles here and there. I mentioned performance already, but they also changed a couple of small things that I think are kind of annoying. Like they made some weird changes to how the local map works, and even just storing things in containers, requiring you to pull up your own menu outside of that base menu for the inventory item thing that you're going through. So it requires just more tedious jumping through hoops than the original did, which feels a little awkward in places, and it's just stuff like that. And I want to get into all of that over the course of this review, so let's go a little farther. Starting off with a mention for mods. While mods do exist already for Oblivion Remastered, it is my understanding that Oblivion Remastered will not be receiving official mod support. Now, that's not to say there won't be mods for this. In fact, there are already a lot of mods for it. You're just going to have to do a little extra to actually use them because of the lack of official support. Moving right along though, let's talk about the next big thing here, which is the technical state, because I've got a fair bit to say on this one, because on one hand, the remastered actually fixed a number of long-standing bugs that had been in the original for a very long time, while at the same time having performance that frankly leaves a lot to be desired, with crashes being pretty frequent. If anything, I would say the one complaint that I have seen echoed in user reviews so far is pretty much that the game has performance issues. In fact, it has performance issues native to Unreal Engine 5 that are just very common over there because of the way that engine works, such as stuttering, shaders loading in, that kind of stuff. Which is as good a place as any to mention that the Oblivion Remastered version here runs off a bit of a hybrid engine, I guess you could say, because it uses a lot of the original game engine and files to do most of the heavy lifting for how the world works and operates, and that's why it feels like Oblivion. However, the sort of graphical layer on top of all that system stuff is running in Unreal Engine 5, which is how they were able to make the game look so much better at the same time. And unsurprisingly then, this game, as I mentioned, fixed a lot of major bugs that had been there, but also introduced a lot of more small ones, I would say. Now, some of these are more prominent, like crafting potions too fast via the alchemy menu can actually crash the game currently. And then there's smaller stuff that's not, hugely impactful to the gameplay necessarily. Like the Knights of Order in the Shivering Isles DLC have hair for some reason, when they clearly should not. It's also possible for certain visual effects triggered by either situations situations where you find yourself, say, underwater and there's like water effects associated with your character around you, or magical effects that cause some sort of display on you. Those can get stuck sometimes and just hang out a lot longer than they're supposed to. So that's worth knowing, I suppose. Now, some of the stuff that was long-standing that they fixed, on the other hand, was, for instance, one of the things I tested immediately was there is a sequence in the town of Breville with the Mages Guild where one of the members there gives you 2 different quests at the same time, and with a certain sequence of events you could very likely
Bork your
actually bug one of them
save.
out. That
Yep.
was fixed as an example. They also fixed a number of issues with items. For instance, the Mace of Molag Bal that you get from completing Molag Bal's Daedric
Ooh.
quest had an effect that was essentially useless because the number of seconds it was actually supposed to last was listed as 0, so it never actually went into effect. That was corrected to 10 seconds like it's supposed to be. So putting all of that together, on one hand, they fixed a lot of stuff. On the other hand, they introduced some problems. And that's to say nothing of the crashes, which are frequent enough to be annoying for sure. I crashed probably a dozen times. So it could be better, but it could certainly be worse as well. Now, next up, we're actually going to talk about difficulty a little bit, which kind of then leans into some of the changes made that were sweeping. But very generally speaking, most people are probably going to play on Adept or Normal because that's what the game is set to by default. But Oblivion has a sort of long history with level scaling, both for the enemies, worlds, items, and how that was then affected by the difficulty slider. Well, here we have just a couple of set options: Novice, Adept, Expert, or Master. Expert and Master are probably going to be balanced to some degree, or at least Expert probably will be, because at current it's a huge spike, as opposed to a true middle ground between Normal and the most difficult option. This is because some of the changes that they've made to that scaling, which we're going to get into here in a bit, has made Adept a lot easier, but not necessarily much of a challenge. And the thing is, if you then want that to be a little more challenging and then up the difficulty to coincide with that, the next difficulty up, Expert, is wildly more difficult in a way that is kind of reminiscent of some of the original problems that were present with the difficulty slider and things that were addressed and changed with this remaster. So all that to say, basically your experience might vary there, frankly, but you can also change the difficulty at any time with no real consequence, so it's largely up to you. Next up, though, just to kind of get it out of the way, let's talk story setup and my thoughts on the story very generally. Again, I don't want to spoil this for people who might be playing for the first time, but, you know, it's still a review, so I wanted to kind of mention it at least. The Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion puts you in the role of a prisoner at the start, as is the usual, or at least more often than not the usual, where we quickly get wrapped up in a sort of Tamriel-shattering sequence of events that is going to lead to great change in the end of the Third Era. This is because the Emperor is being evacuated from attempts on his life, which are currently ongoing, and the way out just so happens to be through your cell, which is normally supposed to be kept empty, but instead this time you are here. This affords you the opportunity to escape, and as long as you don't necessarily cause them a problem, they won't kill you, because the Emperor has told them not to, because he recognizes you from a dream. Ultimately, though, the Emperor is in fact assassinated, and just before he dies, gives you the task of tracking down his prior captain, Joffrey, who can then find his son, illegitimate son that is, Martin, who could potentially take the throne as his only living heir. And much of the story then revolves around chasing those leads down while exploring a lot of the Elder Scrolls lore. But as I mentioned in my retrospective review of this, the story for Oblivion is mostly fine. It has its cool moments like the Siege of Kvatch, exploring Mankar Cameron's paradise, and of course the final scene. But other parts of it feel underwhelming, especially for its time, that did not really get
That's one of the reasons why I'm playing
either.
Starfield.
That is to say, visually to make them more interesting. On one hand of this situation, the main quest of Oblivion largely serves as a sort of springboard to push you into other areas of the game, such as finding the shrines for the Daedric princes to undergo their quests for special artifacts, learning about the elaborate network of spies with the Mythic Dawn who can randomly attack you. In a certain point in the story, you'll find that there are in fact Mythic Dawn spies in each of the cities, and eventually they will just start to attack you on sight, meaning that people you've potentially walked by and interacted with prior to that point in the story will suddenly turn hostile when you show up, because it turns out they're part of the Mythic Dawn. And exploring all sorts of stuff like that is kind of just what the main quest is all about. But unfortunately, it is pretty short, and often sort of lack some oomph, and this is because some of the scenes, due to the year in which the game was originally made, 2006, fall a bit short today. For instance, there is a part of the game where you take part in a very large battle against a dangerous siege engine coming through a giant gate, and the battle is between you and about 8 other guards against a host of Daedra, and it's supposed to be this big battle that does not feel like one. And while they have revamped certain visuals here and there along the main storyline and DLCs, such as certain animations for big moments, they did not change stuff like this. And so as a result of that, in comparison to the rest of the series, I really don't think Oblivion has a very good main story. In fact, I think Daggerfall and Morrowind in particular have better main stories. It does do a decent job of pushing you into other content. Now, a big part of Oblivion, though, are of course the Oblivion Gates, where the forces of Mehrunes Dagon, invading from an area of Oblivion called the Deadlands, try to breach Cyrodiil following the assassination of the Emperor and the weakening of the barrier that allows them to, of course, perform these actions. Now, this part isn't really new, it's just really interesting, so I'm going to mention it anyway. Basically, once you get to a certain point in the story is when the Oblivion Gates actually spawn into the world. Now, currently, from what I understand, there is actually a bug that's causing them to occasionally spawn in sooner than that when they're not supposed to, so that's something to know. But discounting that, there's about 100 points on the map at which a Oblivion Gate could potentially spawn. 10 of those are set as part of the main story. They will always spawn no matter what. Otherwise, once you reach that point in the main story at which they spawn, the game is going to spawn in roughly an additional 50 of them. At those potential locations, any one of them could spawn. The gates themselves, however, on the inside, can be one of, I believe it's 7 different variations that will recycle and repeat. So that means if you actually explore and enter a lot of these gates, you will definitely see some of the patterns and overall setups repeat many times over. And by the end of the game especially, you'll probably just be speeding through them once you've learned all the layouts, because while you might think to just ignore them if you don't need to do them, the thing is at the top you get a sigil stone, which is what you need to close them. And that sigil stone will actually potentially, at the max item level, give you the best enchantments you're going to get, as opposed to making enchanted stuff yourself. More than anything though, visually I love what they did with these gates. These were always a really cool part of the game, of course, but now they look incredible, and seeing them sort of contrasted against the countryside or in particular story moments, they really did just a great job of bringing these to life, and that's why I wanted to take a moment to talk about them. Moving right along, however, let's then talk character creation. So, on one hand, it's largely the same, while on the other, being visually overhauled, of course, things look much, much better. Khajiit, Argonians, especially orcs, all look really, really good here, especially compared to the blobs that the original game had. So the original game was known for some pretty messed up looking people because of the way their textures and everything worked. But one thing the character creator of the original was also known for was creating some really horrendous, horrific looking people, and I'm happy to say you can still do that here. In fact, I've seen a lot of people sharing what unfortunate creations they've made. So yes, you can finally make a character look really good, and at the same time you can also make them a lot worse if that's what you want. Now the main new thing to mention here though is the origins. So every race can pick 1 of 2 different origins now, the region that character could potentially hail from. The thing is, this affects their starting stats. This replaces the old gender option, which would do this naturally. Like if you pick the male or female of each race, it would make a small stat adjustment, and this origin adjustment replaces that. Now, when you initially make your character, it's all cosmetic. The rest of character creation sort of happens over the course of the game's tutorial, where you escape from these sewers. First, you're going to meet up with the Emperor again. He's going to ask you what sign you want to pick. It doesn't look like they made any changes here. Each sign comes with a big bonus that you can take with you for the rest of the game. And then later on, when the Emperor is assassinated, you'll get to properly choose your class. But here is where the changes come in that make the game a significantly better experience. Because if you know anything at all about the original, chances are you've heard about how terrible the level scaling and leveling up happened to be. And this was a twofold problem that incorporated elements of both of those. And I'm happy to say they fixed all of that. So while in the original, if you wanted to efficiently level and try to avoid some of the really gross level scaling of enemies, you had to very carefully plan things out. And while it was possible to sort of just play the game normally and avoid some of that stuff, once you hit a certain level, it became unavoidable, as your damage potentially potential plateaued, and enemy health just kept going up. They fixed all the different sides of this problem, or at least addressed them. Starting with your character, though. So they fundamentally changed the way leveling up works for us by sort of smashing Oblivion and Skyrim systems together. In the original, you would level up by leveling up your major skills. Once you got 10 of those increased, your level would go up. Whereas in Skyrim, they use that level by doing system where every skill you level up has experience that then goes towards your total level. Oblivion is now using that system, so both your major and minor skills will level you up. The difference is your major skills get a huge bonus right out of the gate, a plus 20 in fact, and then they also count much more towards your level ups. So you get more experience for raising those. And thanks to a few other fixes we're about to talk about, you don't have to worry about what is and isn't a major or minor skill. So you can, in fact, just pick the major skills you want to count towards your class and be the main things you're leveling up, and that's totally fine. You don't have to worry about level scaling or anything like that, which is huge on its own. But assuming the very likely event that you want to make a custom class, you'll first pick the specialization, combat, magic, or stealth. Each of these is associated with 7 different skills that fall under that umbrella, and your specialization gives you a +5 bonus to those skills and makes them increase more rapidly. So if you want to level up really fast, you can, of course, pick a specialization that is the primary thing you want to do, and then take those 7 skills and make them your major skills. That will cause them to increase very, very quickly. You'll then pick your 2 favorite attributes, which just give you a +5 to each one of them, and then you'll pick your major skills, which we just discussed. But in talking about that, I've kind of opened the gate to some other things, because again, if you've played the original, you might just know that it was pretty important actually to level up endurance first. This is because your total health was based off of your endurance, and it was not retroactive, meaning that the earlier you got endurance maxed out, the more health you would have in the long run, and failure to do so could leave you a glass cannon unable to survive. That has been changed. Health is now applied retroactively via endurance, meaning that if you level up endurance later, you will still get those health gains no matter when you did it. And the changes they've made here in character creation, combined with capping leveled enemies, which we'll talk about here in a bit, or drastically reducing their health and damage even, has largely addressed the most egregious problems this game had. Systems that were actually pretty broken, as a matter of fact. Now, I'm going to explain this a little further by talking about some of the other important changes. As your character levels up now, when you go to rest, you get your level up screen like normal, but what they've changed here is that previously your bonuses to attributes were determined by the skills you had leveled up for that level, meaning that each skill has an associated attribute, and the more you leveled up a skill, the associated attribute could get a bigger bonus up to a +5. The issue with that is that enemies would outpace you. They would level up faster if you weren't doing it efficiently, so they could quite literally grow stronger relative to you, and leveled enemies could again have potentially unlimited health with no cap. Here, though, instead we simply get 12 virtues, as the game calls them. We can disperse these however we would like to, with some of the same limitations Oblivion had, though. That is to say, the +5 increase to any individual attribute is still in place, and we can only, at a maximum, spread between 3 different attributes at once. Luck takes 4 virtues to increase, and it has a maximum of +1. This is to reflect the fact that nothing affected luck in the original, and you could only raise it by +1 per level no matter what. In total, this means that you will get slightly less attribute points, technically speaking, because instead of a potential +5 for 3 different attributes if you did it correctly, here you are either going to get 5, 5, and 2, or 4s across the board, or any other split of that you can make. But the good news there is that you don't have to efficiently keep track of every single thing that your character was leveling up to make sure you didn't get a bad level. This was because, as I mentioned a bit earlier, in the original Oblivion, you leveled up when you raised 10 of your major skills. And it takes 10 levels up of a skill in order to get the max attribute for a bonus, which means if you are actively trying to get the maximum bonuses, you had to plan very carefully and probably take skills as your major skills that weren't even what you wanted to be doing playstyle-wise. That way you could control those level ups, making sure you didn't level up before you were ready to do so, thus potentially botching an entire level. Not having to worry about that stuff is, of course, simply huge for the gameplay. It makes the game much more smooth and intuitive in terms of how you would probably try to play it. And yet, that's not all. Just some other changes here that we're going to take a moment to talk about. They've actually changed how some of these skills gain experience. For instance, Mercantile is now determined by the price of the items you have sold, meaning the more money you get for an item, the more mercantile experience you get as a result. That was compared to a flat rate per item in the original, which means mercantile was very hard to level. Here it's actually pretty easy. If you're playing normally, you'll probably max it out by accident, if you're making any attempt at all to sell your loot. They've also changed the athletics experience because they added a sprint to the game, which will allow you to sprint, obviously, but they also changed the athletics skill to incorporate sprinting. A similar change was made for all of your various magic skills. The more difficult it is to cast based on how much magicka it costs to cast means that casting expensive spells give you more experience. Now, to sort of cap this out, the biggest other change they made to leveling is that they overhauled a lot of the perks. So Oblivion does technically have a perk system, just not the way Skyrim's works. So every time you get a skill to 25, 50, 75, and 100, you unlock the correlating perk for that level. They changed and adjusted a lot of these. Some are pretty obvious. They reworked all of the athletics perks to incorporate sprinting, basically. They also changed a lot of the weapon perks to make them more useful, frankly. For instance, Blade at the Journeyman or 50 level allows you to apply weakness to just normal weapons when you hit an enemy. That means when you hit them with a power attack, it applies that weakness, meaning that you'll deal more damage to them in a short period of time, which is also a good way to fight your way through health bloat towards the end game for certain enemies. Another way in which they tackled that. But then things like the blunt weapons, or axes and maces basically, have a chance to silence enemies now, or even give you a shield, which is to say more armor. Though, as ever, that caps out at 85%, so something to keep in mind. Another change they made, though, to the armorer skill, actually tells me that they were, in fact, playing this game quite a bit, because what they did here was actually relatively small. They simply swapped the 25 and 50 level perks. This is because in the original you had to get Armorer up to 50 in order to repair magical items, but the thing about that is, and the reason they probably made that change, is because you likely had magical items before you'd get Armorer to 50, and Armorer is your ability to repair your own items, which you'll have to do a lot of because things break fairly easily here. Meaning that if you say start your Oblivion gates, get some sigil stones, turn some of your items into magic items, you might suddenly find in the original that you can't repair your own stuff anymore and have to take it to a shop and pay for it, whereas this change to Armorer means that as long as you're using Armorer at a relatively low level of 25 for the skill, you can now keep your magic items properly repaired as you were doing previously, which is another great example of a small change that has a relatively huge impact to gameplay to fix something that would have been really annoying, and was annoying as a matter of fact. So simply put, they changed a lot of the perk system, and by and large, I'm a really big fan of those changes. I think they did a good job with them. But that does bring us to the sort of gameplay and world section here, where there are some major things I want to talk about, because they also, in addition to simply making the world look better, made a lot of changes to actual gameplay at the same time. But the first thing I want to talk about is, again, probably the largest change, which is the actual level scaling. So outside of the character creation, the leveling up stuff that we've already talked about, the other thing the original game did that made those problems, which were honestly not that different from Morrowind's, much more of an issue, is the way the level scaling of the actual world worked. That is to say, enemies and items level with you, both in terms of what drops, but also unique items, the higher level you are, have better and better effects. Some of that is still here, but the worst of it has been addressed. So if you just don't generally like level scaling, it is still in fact here, but it is better overall. So the problem the original game really had, perhaps the biggest, was that some enemies are what are called leveled enemies. A lot of enemies like rats and stuff, they have a maximum level and a maximum health pool that they will ever be. This ensures things like rats are always pretty easy to kill. However, some enemies, like goblin warlords for example, or minotaur lords, etc., are what are known as leveled enemies. They are always of a level based on a relativity to your character level. And that was fine up until a point, specifically level 26. Once you got above level 26 in the original game, while damage had pretty well been maintained, and if you were playing the game properly, you yourself would likely be very, very hard to kill, especially on normal, given just the sheer amount of damage reduction you would have. But the catch is, above level 26, despite the damage pretty well maxing out thanks to the way the calculations and stuff are made with weapons and their attributes, enemies would just keep gaining health every level, which meant you were dealing dealing as much damage as you were likely ever going to be able to do, and yet if you kept leveling to max out skills and stuff, enemies would only ever gain more health, making them just these gigantic tanks. You don't have to worry about that in the remastered version because their health has been drastically reduced. It does look like it still keeps scaling with you up until a point, but not nearly as much. Enemies have vastly reduced health, and it looks like a little bit of damage as well, at least on Adept, before it starts going crazy on Expert and Master, where they increase it by a multiplier, I believe. So simply put, those changes alongside the changes they made to character creation, the way leveling up works, means that you don't find yourself in a situation where enemies would not only potentially outgrow your character for much of the game, then at the end of the game gain infinite amounts of health. They instead maintain a much more manageable approach throughout the game, allowing you, the hero or the protagonist, to play the game the way you actually want to play the game, instead of having to jump through a bunch of hoops to efficiently level and sort of sidestep that system altogether. Meaning that if you want to play a warrior, you don't have to take a bunch of non-warrior related skills in order to control your level ups to get the maximum bonuses, which were ironically not something you could do with the base warrior class, as an example. So hopefully, if you can tell from all of those words, it's simply better overall. In fact, I would say it fixes the most egregious of Oblivion's problems. Now, since we are in the gameplay and world section, as I mentioned, this game still feels like Oblivion, and that is, I think, so important for a game like this. In fact, going into the remastered, my biggest concern was that, yeah, they'd probably fix the gameplay changes that we've been over up until this point, but that it might not feel like Oblivion, which was just such a unique game with a unique experience that I wasn't sure they would be able to capture. And much to my surprise, actually, thanks in large part to the way they handled the engine, this absolutely feels just like Oblivion. Janky, Radiant AI and all. And for those unfamiliar, Radiant AI is basically the system that governs NPCs. Now, in some ways, this is just like a simple scheduling system where characters go about their day and do all these little things. But there is a little more to it than that, in the sense that a lot of NPCs have little attributes associated with them that control their behavior in certain other situations. For instance, on rare occasion, you might see a beggar or something steal something from another NPC only for the guards to get involved. Some characters have more elaborate schedules as well. There's a couple that actually travel from town to town handling a couple things, which can unfortunately lead to their untimely demise depending on what's going on in the wilderness. And then probably one of the more well-known things is the sort of random conversations that could happen between all these different NPCs, where they would sort of regurgitate a lot of just odd dialogue about the current goings-on of the entire empire, such as the blockade of goods happening in the Somerset Isles. Except the thing is, all of that dialogue could be just incredibly weird and awkward. I didn't see it happen in the remaster anywhere, but in the original it actually wasn't impossible for you to see an NPC try to have a conversation with another NPC who was just dead due to whatever weirdness went on in the world. So you'll see one of these one-sided Radiant AI conversations happening between a corpse and another NPC, which was funny. Another thing they actually did address, though, is that thanks to this system causing all these NPCs to bump into each other and interact and whatnot, and the fact that the original game had a relatively limited number of voice actors, it was very possible to hear two NPCs with the same voice actor have some of these weird interactions, which was always kind of funny. Now, on the voice acting side of things, they did actually increase the voice acting pool for Oblivion, which they did very, very carefully. You see, they kept all the iconic voice lines. All the big characters sound exactly the way they did because they basically just remastered the audio and reused it. Whereas for regular, more normal citizenry, NPCs who, let's be honest, they either have few lines or their voice just isn't terribly important, were changed or potentially changed, given new voice actors to sort of simply diversify the voice acting pool, meaning that you would hear more voices, especially for each race, instead of like the same 3 or 4 over and over and over and over again. Which sounds like a little thing, but it goes a long way. Surprisingly so, in fact, especially in combination with the more iconic voice acting roles, like Patrick Stewart for the actual Emperor in the intro, Sean Bean for Martin, of course, and the list goes on. And it really does add something to the game that I wouldn't ever say was terrible or anything, but this is better by a lot. Another sort of gameplay and world thing, though, is that they did make a lot of changes to the UI as well. In some places, these are more intuitive and use a lot of the old art and icons, and in other other parts of it are simply more modern in the sense that it's easier to navigate. So for instance, they changed the heads-up display to be a more Skyrim-esque style, which I think people have gotten used to at this point, as opposed to everything kind of being in the lower left like the original was, and then you would actually open that menu up and it would just be a bunch of text icons that if you didn't know what they meant or had a bad memory, I suppose, could be an issue. Whereas here, everything's sort of clearly labeled, and outside of a few little annoyances, mostly feels better, I would say. But speaking of UI elements, then we have the sort of mini-games, the notorious persuasion mini-game, the lockpicking mini-game, and they felt it was important to keep these the same, which means outside of some visual improvements, there really isn't much difference. On the speech mini-game side of things, they now actually have a little bit of color coding once you've gone around it for the first time to tell what the person you're talking to likes or dislikes, as this mini-game is sort of meant to be comparable to talking somebody up with various approaches to just small talk. It was always a little weird, and it's certainly weird here, but allows you to raise their disposition to get information out of them as is necessary for certain quests, outside of just, of course, bribing them if all else fails. Lockpicking is lockpicking, but thanks to the early availability of the skeleton key via the Nocturnal Daedric quest, you don't have to engage with it if you don't want to. And then probably last but not least, before we move on, let's talk a little bit about item scaling now. So technically, items are also scaled to the player. Some of this is obvious stuff. You don't find the best tiers of weapons until you are about level 20 plus, when you'll start seeing things like Daedric drop off of enemies, alongside sets like glass for light armor, etc. That is still present here, which means you will occasionally see top tier gear on things like random bandits. A lot of people didn't like that. Personally, it's not something I ever cared about. But yes, logically, in the game full of Oblivion gates with literal portals to hell opening up across the landscape, a bandit having gear they shouldn't be able to afford is clearly the most fantastical thing about it. Now, luckily though, these bandits, thanks to the changes to things like all the level scaling and leveling up that we've already went over, don't pose as much of a challenge as they did previously, which means these guys aren't some insane challenge for you either. So that's important to know. But the other side of item scaling is that unique items are actually leveled based on when you picked them up. This means that, say, if I'm level 5 and I pick up a unique item from a quest versus I'm level 26 when I pick it up, those are going to be two very different versions of that item with different enchantments. That is still here. Honestly, kind of annoying, and I wish they would give you some sort of option that allowed you to re-level those. In fact, the Knights of the Nine DLC, which has been out since the original, allows you to do that with the items from that DLC. They give you like this armor stand to put this set of armor and gear that you get onto, and then when you pick it back up off that stand, it re-levels it to your current level. I wish they would do something like that for the base game so you could get some of these quest rewards properly leveled up as well as you progress throughout the game, to kind of have both worlds in there, where you don't get some insanely strong item at level 1 if you know what quest to do, but also you don't want to wait to do certain quests because the item's going to suck if you don't. A good example here is a quest in the city of Coral, actually. A little quest chain involving two twin brothers who had lost each other only to re-find each other, and you can get involved in their history and who their father was. At the end of it, one of the potential rewards is a shield. That shield is insane if you wait until the level 26 plus range to go get it. If you get it before then, it's of much less value. So that system is still present, and yeah, that one kind of sucks. Now, worth a mention that in all of those scenarios, both the items and the enemies kind of hit their maximums at around level 19 for most stuff, and then some of it scales a little farther up to 26. But once you hit that point, which is pretty easy to do given the new leveling system actually, you'll be seeing the best gear, the highest tier enemies, and be getting the best rewards. So at that point, there actually still isn't much of a reason to level past it if you don't want to, but unlike pretty much needing to stop there in the original, you don't have to worry about going past that because leveled enemies won't turn into unkillable gods among men, or mer. All of that said though, let's move on a little bit, talk about some other world stuff, just to give some quick thoughts before we jump into combat and the changes there. So most of Oblivion's best stuff is actually outside of the main quest and is really down to just exploration and finding it. These are the guild quests, the Daedric quests, a lot of really fantastic side quests. In fact, even the achievement list won't show you most of these, given that it's pretty much all for just the faction quest lines. If you want to hit the best content, it's basically the Daedric quests, the Dark Brotherhood quest line, alongside the Shivering Isles DLC. That stuff is like quintessential "this is Oblivion" content, so I would start there if that's what you're after. But the other stuff, I mostly wanted to mention in regards to if they had changed any of it or made any adjustments based on on just, stuff with the remaster? And the answer there is no, not really. Some of it works a little better. I think
Same game.
The final mission of the Thieves Guild is
It was fun to visit, but I don't know if I'll go
still
back.
A couple small things that might happen here or there, but by and large, they
I'll go
remain
back,
the
but I
same.
mean, like,
so you can join
I'm
the
not gonna
Ninjas Guild,
main
the
it,
Fighters Guild,
ever.
the Thieves Guild, the Dark Brotherhood. Technically, the Arena is considered a guild, but it's mostly just a series of fights. And then, of course, the Knights of the Nine as part of that DLC. Now, again, I've shared my thoughts on all of these in that prior review. I don't want to rehash it completely here, but I did want to mention just a couple of things. One, slight spoilers for the Mages Guild here. At the end, you fight a guy named Manimarco. He's supposed to be this really sinister figure that in Daggerfall had a much more intimidating sprite than he was intimidating in Oblivion. He was kind of just some guy when you got to him. They did actually make some changes to his character model in this remaster beyond just the changes that everyone got that make him look a little more intimidating. It was a little underwhelming in comparison to what I were hoping they would do with him, but he does actually look a fair bit better here, and I wanted to call that out specifically. Other stuff like the Dark Brotherhood, that whole quest line is just gold. It's like the best thing about Oblivion. No big changes there, but it does just look a lot better, which is enough on its own. Same thing with the Fighters Guild. That quest line always was really, really good, surprisingly so, but never had any big visuals associated with it, so it just looks better in general here, but nothing too crazy. But I will say, a lot of these visual changes, especially, and even some of the bug fixes, make the Knights of the Nine DLC quests a lot more interesting, especially visually, where I think they did a much better job here in this sort of Frankenstein of an engine of representing the Aurorans and Umaril the Unfeathered. They have a much cooler model there, so that's something to know. Now, before we move on to combat, a little bit about Daedric quests. We're not going to go over every one or anything, but just a couple of notes. So, in Oblivion, Daedric quests are sort of, if you haven't already found them, introduced via the main quest. Essentially, they all take place at shrines in Oblivion. Outside of Mehrunes Dagon, who acts as the antagonist and technically has a small DLC quest you can do to get the Mehrunes Razor, the other 15 princes have a shrine you have to go to. Some of these you can just interact with normally, others require an offering in order to get them to talk to you, and some even have level requirements. The content of some of these quests is pretty good, others not so much, but given the Daedric artifacts as a reward, plus the content of the quest being a little more interesting than usual, Molag Balls has always been a favorite of mine. Sanguines is really funny, where you turn a noble ball into a suddenly everyone's only in their underwear style party via a spell, was always pretty funny. But the last one you'll always wind up doing is Hermaeus Mora's, because the sort of offering you need to go do his is simply doing all of the other Daedric quests. Now, I wanted to mention his specifically because I actually ran into a bug here that I'd never experienced before, where his quest just stopped working. You're supposed to gather from a bunch of different races, and it just wouldn't let me do that here for some reason, so I thought that was worth a mention. So, in terms of how you acquire these quests, I actually think Skyrim does this best, but nonetheless, Oblivion has cool Daedric quests like every other Elder Scrolls game for the most part, and that certainly always bears a mention. Next up, though, let's finally talk about combat. Again, focusing primarily on the changes, but in fairness, they also didn't make a small amount of changes here. For starters, combat has technically speaking been kind of overhauled, meaning that there are hit reactions. Opponents will both react differently based on where you hit them, but also their own attacks will come in and hit you differently. You cannot attack infinitely. I believe in my retrospective, I referred to it as it felt like shaking a wet noodle at the enemy because there was just no impact to it and you could just do it non-stop. And that's been changed here. There are, again, hit reactions. You cannot infinitely swing because there are sort of combos for each weapon, at like most a 3-swing combo before you have to start pressing it again, basically. They've also added sound effects, which were not in the original. You can also sprint now. And all of those combined to make combat that has a lot more weight to it, but probably isn't something that would hold up to a modern standard either. So on one hand, is it better? Yes. On the other hand, is it like some incredible combat experience? Still no. Now that stuff, in addition to the changes they've made to all of the individual weapon skills that give them more interesting effects, like that weakness to normal weapons I talked about, shield for blunt, applying bleed or silence as well, and even just moving daggers and stuff's damage calculation to the agility attribute rather than strength has done a fair bit to mix up this overall. And yet we still have more changes. While I'm not a big range person in Oblivion or a two-handed person because of my experiences with the original, they've made changes there. So bows and two-handed weapons in the original game were bad. Honestly, two-handed weapons still are here, but the reason for that is largely that bows foes in the original had a really slow projectile speed, which means the arrows were just straight up slow. They also tended to not deal as much damage as their counterparts in melee, and they were just a little more annoying as well. So in general, they've made being an archer a more viable strategy here and made that more satisfying to roleplay as, which means the stealth archer is alive and well in Oblivion Remastered. Now, another thing they did is mostly decoupled your fatigue from the damage calculation. So in the original Oblivion, you have your health obviously, but then your fatigue, your stamina. A lot of your melee damage was determined by how much fatigue you had, or your stamina, when you made the swing. In fact, that was huge for unarmed damage. That has been changed here. It really doesn't affect your overall damage much until it gets really low. Basically, unless you're running on empty, you're not going to notice a change in your damage as a result of your stamina. On top of all that, they added a new dodge ability to one of the skills, acrobatics, I think. Another thing that sort of adds to combat is that there's a sort of inertia system to your overall player movement now, meaning that you'll sort of speed up and slow down as you move and sprint and everything, and this is especially noticeable when you're doing things like walking up a hill where the sort of incline will slow your movement. It is something you might have to account for in various situations, but all of those changes together collectively do make combat feel a lot better than it did in the original, even if it still isn't like some masterpiece or anything. Now, the rest of combat really, though, which has always been the case for Oblivion, comes down to how much you're willing to engage with its systems, because things like the Spellmaker for all of your Mages Guild or the Frostcrack Spire still exists, meaning you can create your own custom spells that have all sorts of effects. You can also do all sorts of things like reflect incoming damage back at enemies, which is especially helpful for larger enemies or large groups of them. There's also a much bigger selection of summonables for your character, that is to say the Conjuration magic tree as an example, that you summon a lot more stuff alongside you. With the Spellmaker, you can add up to 3 spell effects to any given spell, which means even things like destruction magic can be a lot more interesting because you can customize exactly what it does with up to 3 different effects. And so how good the rest of combat is and feels to you depends on how much of those systems you're willing to interact with, mix and match to find something you really enjoy doing, all while maintaining the more standard approaches. You know, your heavily armored warrior, your mage, your light armored guy. If anything, you're probably going to become a sort of jack of all trades in a lot of cases because of how much the game rewards doing so. Because as in Skyrim, where you have to, say, equip magic to a hand, in Oblivion here, magic is a specific sort of slot that you just activate, meaning that you can use magic in addition to having, say, a sword and shield equipped or something, which gives you even more options for mixing and matching all of that stuff, which again is going to determine enjoyment, I would say. So long story short, though, significant improvements over the original. But that does bring us a little bit to the DLC, Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles primarily, and then a whole host of other smaller DLCs. So if you've never played the original, you might not realize that Oblivion got a lot of DLC actually. Most of it was just smaller in the form of big player houses, extra quests, things like that. But its 2 big DLC packs are Knights of the Nine and Shivering Isles. Knights of the Nine is pretty good. It puts you in the role of Pelennor Whitestrake, crusading for some items on a holy quest to take out Umaril the Unfeathered for good this time. It does require you to play as a goody two-shoes, quite literally, because you cannot complete the quest if you do anything untoward, as they force you to go perform a pilgrimage if you do so. But I will say that for whatever reason, maybe just nostalgia, I had a lot more fun with Knights of the Nine this time around than I had previously. But really the big showpiece is the Shivering Isles. Now, I only bring this up just to mention that while there isn't anything new here outside of it just looking fantastic, and in a place like the Shivering Isles, I think that goes a long way. They even changed some of the animations for big story moments here to look a little better. Really, the big thing is Shivering Isles and the Dark Brotherhood are the best parts of Oblivion. In the Shivering Isles case, that is largely because it takes that Radiant AI system that I mentioned and makes it make sense in the context of the game, because the Shivering Isles is the realm of the Daedric Prince of Madness, and everyone here is supposed to be quite thoroughly mad. And so their very extremely odd behavior makes perfect sense in the context of what is happening in the backdrop. Almost as if they saw the sort of bizarre charm of Oblivion and were like, let's make a DLC specifically catered at what these systems can accomplish. Which is why I think the Shivering Isles lands so well. But otherwise, it was just a really fun trip down memory lane for me, so I wanted to be sure to mention it here. Moving on, though, let's talk Steam Deck before we start wrapping this thing up. So the Steam Deck is technically speaking verified, though I certainly had a little bit of trouble with it myself. For starters, the performance issues and crashes and stuff that were, of course, present in the just regular version, but playing it on the Steam Deck in particular had two things I wanted to mention. FPS could be solid at times, but it was kind of difficult to get it completely consistent in places. In fact, I already saw people downloading some performance mods to make it more stable, and I think just looking at this, it's probably a little bit beyond what the Steam Deck is really intended to handle, so I do find that verified status a little bit on the questionable side, frankly. The other half of that is that it does have stuff you'd expect, cloud saves, controller support, etc., but it does feel like the cloud saves are a little inconsistent for people. Sometimes they don't seem to want to actually upload, and you might have a little bit of trouble then transferring them between, say, PC and then your actual Steam Deck, which I thought was obviously noteworthy. So all in all, can you play it on the Steam Deck? Yes, absolutely. It just doesn't seem quite as good as you would expect of an experience that is supposed to be verified on that platform. Which brings me to my positives and negatives. We will wrap this thing up. So on the positive side of things, all the changes that they made, the improvements they made, obviously the graphics are nice, but really the changes they made to the core RPG systems that fixed a lot of the huge issues of the original are really the highlight here. And I think in many ways they're likely to allow people to experience Oblivion that couldn't get past those systems previously. And while it's a game that I personally have always loved, making it both better for people like myself who just didn't like those systems and thought they needed fixed, while at the same time keeping the core of what made Oblivion is really impressive in my eyes. This genuinely feels like just a better version of the original game, and I'm honestly a little surprised myself to be making that statement, because going into it I honestly thought that it would probably be better gameplay wise, but probably wouldn't capture the feel of the original game, and that's just not the case here. I think they did a great job with that. And then the other positives are the obvious stuff, the content here that was already really good. The Dark Brotherhood, the Shivering Isles, all the reasons you would have been playing this game to begin with before the remastered version. But then we do have some negatives. For starters, the performance of this version specifically leaves a lot to be desired. In fact, I would say I probably had less trouble running through the original version last year for that review than I did this game. It crashed a lot more, and while bugs and things like that were typically better off, there were still some issues here that were unfortunate to say the very least, and they eat into the experience. And while sure, they'll probably be patched eventually, that's a bit of a bummer. I also think the lack of official mod support is also a bit of a bummer. Now, I say that as somebody who doesn't even really use mods that much because I review games mostly, but I do still think it's a bummer. But again, given the nature of this remaster and like the engine stuff, I don't think that's necessarily a huge surprise though. Another negative I wanted to mention though is a sort of selection of small quibbles, that stuff with the local map that I mentioned, sometimes it not working at all, the fact that if you're in a dungeon you have to scroll into the local map rather than say just even hit a button for it. Stuff like depositing items from your inventory into a container being, for whatever reason, made slightly more annoying here as well. There's just a few little minor changes that could potentially be fixed in the future that are for some reason slightly annoying here when I don't feel like they should be. But having played through this, I would say those are my major gripes with it, which brings me to my conclusion, of course. So Oblivion Remastered here is in fact selling for a base price of $50 US, which includes all of the DLC. I did see some confusion around that, so I wanted to call that out. If you are buying the deluxe version of the game, which is $60 US, that comes with the art book, the soundtrack, and 2 quests that give you some extra cosmetic horse armor as a sort of throwback joke to the original game's horse armor. But if you don't care about that, which is totally understandable, you can buy just the $50 version and get all of the DLC, all the major expansions, all that stuff. It comes with that. And for that price, I would say you are getting a massively improved version of the original game that comes with some unfortunate performance problems that I think need to be fixed as quickly as possible, of course. I personally was more than happy to pay $50 for this because as somebody who loved the original game, I really do think this is just a straight up better version of it. They overhauled what needed to be overhauled. They managed to capture the spirit of what that game always was, while giving people the opportunity then to experience some incredible content in a much better and easier way. So for me, that's an obvious
I didn't need an
buy.
Oblivion
With really
remaster
the only caveat
visit.
to that being that
I just
would
wanted
do
it.
some investigation on your system
I was-
specs versus the problems.
I was happy to add another, Bethesda game. I thought it had some good sort of Mortal extraction feel to it, but I mean, and I like the combat more than Mortal. I think there's a lot of premise there for a good spellcaster playthrough. If you focus on combat and you work on a mage, I think the game could be quite fun, actually. But also, it lacks like the MMO thing of like going and grinding, sort of. You go to dungeons and they're always circuitous and annoying. So now, did you respawn now? No. I came to sleep one more time because it's like a overcast day. I'm learning that all these games, like 76 even, I think, is inferior to Starfield. And I think Starfield has a lot to it that people have not given it credit for. It's got more content, like just entertaining content to it, for one thing. Yeah, we're gonna do 24 local hours, which will put me at 10 a.m. local time, which will be 50 hours UT, 24 hours local. I see, okay. More and more, I'm experiencing this desire that I want to live in the world, and these three games are doing it for me the best, kind of, right now. Starfield, Eve, FFXI, Mortal. And some single-player games are acceptable, I guess. But I think the acceptable single-player Bethesda game is Starfield, because it's the most recent common one with the best engine.
Autopilot
and the most depth and the most content, kind of, if you want it. If you don't, it's not.
People have been having with things like crashes and whatnot. So, but other than that, I think that's just about everything I've got to say about Oblivion Remastered. So hopefully you enjoyed this review. If you did, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Let me know how you feel about this one down in the comment section below. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.
I like his stylistic face. I think it's well done, and I might mess with that in the future. I like their black faces, but I don't think about it like that. And it actually was good.
What is the worst MMO ever? A question which has been asked by Josh Drive Hayes 84 times, and yet he still doesn't have an answer. And if you do manage to get another MMO video to show which isn't done by Big Dog JSH, you still won't get a conclusive result. But if you ask me, I'll tell you without hesitation, it's PAX. To show which isn't done by Big Dog JSH, you still won't get
Big Dog JSH. I've never heard that name before. Oh, Big Dog. Oh, yeah, Big Dog Josh Thomas. What the fuck? I mean, what are we even talking about? He's talking about something I don't even understand, really. Oh, Waydot? Okay.
a conclusive result. But if you ask me, I'll tell you without
Lulu the Goth. Idol.
you still won't get a
Waydot.
conclusive result.
Lulu the Goth. I've never heard her before. Let's go look at her.
Approaching Stargate.
It's overcast again. Is this planet always like this? Let's go try another day or whatever. Can I sit on a chair for 24 hours? Does it matter? I'm rested. It doesn't matter. Is there a chair out here? Yeah, I want to sit and I want to pass the time. Is it a chair? Yeah, I want to pass this time. Let's go. No, this does nothing. Oh, I sorry. Wait, I didn't see it. There. Yeah, there. So Lulu the Goth. Let's go see Lulu the Goth. She's a Final Fantasy 14 player.
Autopilot jumping.
She's a 14 player.
Station. Warp drive active.
Hey guys, Lulu here. I do hope you're having a shit day.
Oh, it's a trans, not it, but they are a trans. I mean, like their career is a trans. What do they call that? VTuber, which is fine. It's just interesting. It's interesting.
Approaching station.
Hey guys, Lulu here. I do hope you're having a shit day.
Wow, what a weird opening.
I bet I got you there, didn't I? I'm just fucking with you. I'm like Rumple fucking Stiltskin. You'll never know what I'll do next. Anyways,
What?
before magic comes at a price, let's start this shit.
Weird.
Have you ever been really hyped for a new MMO that is about to release? Counted down the days to the launch, loaded it up like it's Christmas morning, and all of a sudden you're hit with that feeling. Come on, baby, you know the one. The realization you're at the start of a treadmill again and immediately feel that spark of excitement fuck off quicker than a fly on shit. Fuck!
Yep.
Well, it happened to me too. I had this very same feeling about Throne and Liberty recently. To give it credit,
Yep.
the graphics are fucking awesome. The world
Yeah.
seems great.
Like everything about the game is great except for the combat, and that's.
It sounds like I should totally love this game, right? But it confused me because game critics everywhere are praising this game as the return of Christ himself. And I was left thinking, I actually cannot be fucking asked to play this right now.
I can't.
It just didn't
No.
feel like committing the time to start all over again. Well, butter my butt and call me a motherfucking biscuit. That what I just explained to my little droogie is what the scholars long since past call MMO
Burnout.
fatigue. At first I thought it was me just being a whiny little
Burnout.
bitch, that I probably needed to take a break from games and touch some grass. Touch grass? Me? Yeah, fucking right. However, that is just not the issue. I took a closer look, and here is where my rant begins. I hope you're the type of person who puts their Crocs in sport mode, because I've got a good one for you today. Are you ready? MMO fatigue. It's like having your favorite burger from McDonald's, and for some reason, it just doesn't have that same
McDonald's.
magic sparkle that it had. Like back in the day when you lost your burgerginity, when you French kissed it like it was prom night. I think once you've played a lot of games, you're looking for that next slice of cheese that tastes just a little bit better. But you flip that slice of cheese over and realize it's a crusty piece of shit. Your expectations in bar are forever raising. Hey, let me ask you, when was the last time a game truly hooked you? I remember the last time an MMO really got me.
Teenager hooked on violent computer games. He's playing them an incredible 16 hours a day.
This is more than a game. It's an addiction and an illness.
Click whenever I want. This really kicks ass, doesn't it?
Shit, that ventrilo sound got me. Anyway, it was around 2010 when I first played World of Warcraft. At that time, it would have been Wrath of the Lich King. Best fucking expansion, by the way. I kid you not. I literally no-lifed the shit out of that game like I've never no-lifed a no-life before. I'm talking going sweatier than the underside of Satan's nutsack. The game had me hooked all the way up until Legion. That is when disaster struck. Like a BMW in a Japanese porno. After Legion, I think, WoW hit its peak. People eventually grew tired of grinding out their artifact weapon. It was fucking awful. The formula of WoW had become incredibly stale, and it took them many years after to fully recover until recently, with the war within. About damn fucking time. When I look at other MMOs, I think it's the same thing that eventually happens to most of them over time. They just play it too fucking safe, because the developers are afraid to fail. The problem with that is, the formula becomes too repetitive, especially if there are no new surprises or lack of innovation. Of course, players are going to get bored quickly and drop it like a sack of shit. Oh yeah, a good example of that happening. Check out my Dawn Trail review if you haven't seen it. Go watch it right now, you sausage fest. Bear with me, I need to use more than my 5 brain cells. Give me a sec. Whilst my brain cells were dry humping, something came to me. You know, all these competitive shooters that are releasing these days, they're often cheap, rehashed copies of what came before them, more than often dead on arrival. I think developers are trying way too hard to make games that feel familiar, with hopes that people will like them. But in reality, it's a double-edged sword. I think I can speak for myself that I want to see some innovation, not a Call of Duty ripoff with one new mechanic. Players will get bored because they've seen the same shit before, nothing new to master or explore, thus having little to no emotional attachment to it, if that wasn't a good enough example for you. Look at all these shitty Souls-like games we've been getting recently. There have been a few at most that really have reviewed well. They're just trying
None of them are as good as New World at all. Sometimes I'm like, I should be playing New World right now. I could go play New World and play Oblivion. Crafting, structures, four-wall hab. I can't make any of these things because I don't have the aluminum or sealant or anything. Okay, no structures yet, but crafting, defenses, furniture, decoration, portable stovetop, displays, weapon rack, miscellaneous, scan booster, extractors, which I don't have the aluminum or membrane for yet, but that's okay. Solar array, storage of gas, bulk storage for any kind of gas, structures, four-wall hab, four-wall hab double. I'm missing the resources, which are aluminum and sealant. Okay. We'll move forward. So I guess the next bit is going to... Let's go to the vendor. I'm into cozy games. Like, even EVE Online is kind of a cozy game. I live in this world. I feel like I have a reputation here. All that stuff.
Right off the success of Elden Ring, trying to get a taste of that cash mountain pie while motherfuckers my wallet is closed. You want to know something funny? I actually... Started to consider to myself recently, man, am I getting too old for gaming? I'm 30 for those wondering. Yeah, don't start. All 5'0" of me will beat you at a round of Magic the Gathering. Fear me. I just thought, though, that games these days just don't have that magic. You know, like they did back when I was a kid. You know, games like Banjo-Kazooie, Halo 3, Fable, any of the Tomb Raider games. I mean, what the fuck happened? But wait, just as I was about to give in to despair, a savior arrived when we needed it the most. Like Obi-Wan to Princess Leia as our only hope.
Power! What the fuck is that?
Baldur's Gate literally conquered my life nonstop for 2 weeks. It took me back to those days where I'd wake up to play the game all day, chug boatloads of Monster energy drinks, and stay there until I passed the fuck out. I'm not saying games are shit these days, but it's like I have to cosplay as Aladdin and go to the Cave of Fucking Wonders in a desperate search to find a diamond in the rough. I swear to Widowmaker's ass cheeks, it's rare to find something outstanding or even original these days out of all the games that have released this year, which is around 12,000. Yeah, you heard right. With only 4 to 5 of them are Game of the Year contenders. And that's when I fucking figured it out. The answer is simple. Excuse me before I act up like Russell Crowe from A Beautiful Mind. So many games these days are released unfinished or even rushed. They have battle passes, the same bullshit greedy monetizations, all in efforts to rinse people of their hard-earned money. Predictable shallow stories, same cover and shoot mechanics yoinked from Gears of War, same fantasy-style Elder Scrolls ripoff, even games which are pandering to minorities. Just look how the fuck that's working out for them. I think AAA gaming has become too large and expensive, that studios have become creatively shackled and bankrupt. Games used to be designed by passionate nerds like you and I. Now, decisions are made by a committee of suit wearing corpos who don't understand games and only know about one thing: how to make money for investors. Studios used to be more willing to take risks, which allowed for creativity and, most importantly, innovation. Wait, hold thy fucking horses, Lulu. We got off the yellow brick road for a moment there. Oh shit, yeah, back to the main topic. I do have a small slither of hope for the future with ashes of creation just over the horizon.
I don't.
It appears to have been built from the
Nope,
ground up.
nope, 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 nope.
Some which have taken inspiration from
You've taken the Kool-Aid.
There is also
Nope.
the new Riot MMO, which has many
Yeah,
people, including
right.
myself, excited. Ghost Crawler from the original WoW team
Nope.
left Riot to make his own too, which has some pretty lofty but exciting ideas. Oh shit, please be good. So it is a very exciting future for fans of this genre. Games like WoW and Final Fantasy XIV will have to change drastically to compete or die out. Either way, I imagine Yoshi P will be cracking the whip on the dev team. Probably to make an emergency ultimate raid again, we need a Final Fantasy XVII online already. Then again, people have been saying that for years, like, oh, X game is definitely the next WoW killer. But somehow WoW just keeps clinging on like a clag nut in a hairy dog's ass. I guess a part of my frustration is that MMOs these days are still based on the fundamentals that games like EverQuest and World of Warcraft popularized. They still haven't changed in 20 fucking years. No shit, people are tired of playing the same damn thing after all this time. If you look at all the MMOs currently out right now, most of them follow the same recipe. You know, the same user interface, same tab target combat system with global cooldowns. Pick up a quest, kill 10 boars, and hand in the quest to the derpy quest giver. Dungeons, raids, blah blah. You know where I'm going with this, right? I think off the top of my head, I can think of only a couple of games that do it differently. One of which is Guild Wars 2. Even if I don't personally like the combat system in the game, none can deny that they do have the best mount system in the genre. So good that WoW, as always, yoinked it and put their own spin on it for their Dragonflight expansion. So the question is, how do developers fix game fatigue? I think my answer to this problem is to tell these developers the wheel is spinning, but the creativity hamster is dead. I mean, someone has to tell them, right? Okay, seriously though, if I were a game director director, I would want to give the player something alien and unfamiliar to learn and discover. To innovate, I know it's hard, but roll with me. Make something challenging. Challenging is not always boring. Beating a challenge will have a lasting impact on you. I still remember clearly the nerd scream I let out when I beat Deathwing after numerous attempts. Introduce something that has not been seen in other games, be it mechanics or interesting gameplay. I mean, a good hook is a compelling story that people will become emotionally attached to. I mean, Final Fantasy XIV has that. Shame about the Wish.com combat system, though. Give us characters that we can get attached to.
The Wish.com combat system. Oh my god.
Be inspired by. But wait, my rant is just about to get juicy. Oh boy, this gets me pissed. About as pissed as a mosquito in a fucking mannequin factory. The fucking monetization! I think monetization has a huge part to play here. Whilst free-to-play has its benefits of trying the game out for free, you have a higher chance of quitting because you have no skin in the game. If you've dropped a big, fat, fucking $60 Benjamin bomb on a game, you're probably gonna give the game a better shot. Well, that's just me anyways. Ugh, fuck me sideways. I think MMOs have become way, way too greedy on monetizing cosmetics. I know some of you twats will say, it's only cosmetics, who gives a shit? Well, I fucking do. It's killed the integrity of the game. I remember back before transmog was added to WoW. It was fucking awesome. If you saw someone standing in Dalaran kitted out in full heroic raid gear, you knew they were the fucking shit. In fact, I remember seeing a Death Knight in full raid gear. It inspired me to get into raiding because I wanted to look like a motherfucking badass too. Skip to 2024, that feeling has been completely stripped from the game because you can now skip the hard effort. You can simply purchase that badass appearance from the cash shop or use a gold token for a boost. That cosmetic outfit could have been tied to some meaningful achievement or something badass. What used to be a status symbol of skill is now a status symbol of real-world wealth. I mean, some of you might even prefer that. I don't know. I know the world ain't all rainbows and bunny farts, and Papa Blizzard needs to make a buck. So be a good little pay pig and open your wallet. Have you seen this, by the way? Blizzard just couldn't fucking help themselves, could they? They just released a $90 in-game mount. Yeah, you heard right, $90 for a fucking in-game mount.
I turned it down. I debated about that one for like a month. I was like, I should buy that, but no.
So what do you get for your 90 doubloons? The mount has access to the auction house, mail, and shop. But it's funny because it released alongside one of the most broken patches in recent history. It's like, fuck, don't spit in our mouths and call it a beverage blizzard. Who the fuck am I to judge about how people spend their money? You know when they say
I don't like the way they talk. It's gross.
That is what gameplay is to game.
Their generation, the way they talk, the Doomers, the way they talk is so gross. It's needlessly foul.
Comes first for many, including myself. For me, if an MMO has shit gameplay or a poor combat system, I will instantly be turned off by it because it is the foundation of the game. I swear, I have lost count of how many times I've seen people comment on my videos that have said they liked the story of Final Fantasy XIV, but my fucking god, the combat system feels like it has been developed for people who have the reaction time of a retarded goat and view the world through a kaleidoscope. On top of that, with that global cooldown, it feels like they're playing the game with dial-up internet.
You've got mail.
Ugh, sorry I went back there for a moment. That sound gives me PTSD. Yeah, try sneaking on the internet late at night as a kid with that shit sounding off. So whilst I was researching, which I'm shit at by the way, I found out that the developers behind ArcAge 2 mentioned that they were frustrated that every MMO they've tried always has that same clunky tab target combat system. The reason being, for their game they're wanting to bring a single player combat system into an MMO. It sounds ambitious for sure, but damn nabbit, this is exactly what gets my nipples erect. Finally, innovation. I wonder when the West will catch up. With fresh ideas coming from Eastern developers, things hopefully will only get better from here. I don't know. Maybe I've been huffing the copium for too long. We shall see. The West will catch up. With fresh ideas coming from Eastern developers, things hopefully will only get better from here. I don't know. Maybe I've been huffing the copium for too long. We shall see. If I had to give one message to the developers of future up-and-coming games, it's innovate with your game or die a swift death. Right, I'm gonna get the fuck out of here before the Final Fantasy police finds me. Oh, and subscribe and like the video before I threaten you with something not threatening at all. Like a picture of your last selfie.
The Final Fantasy police? Oh my god.
Anyway, get the fuck out of here.
What?
Hey there, guys. Lulu here. I hope you're having a shit day. And Walker sucks shit. I meant Dawn Trail.
Two
That get your attention, bub?
channels.
Hey guys, Lulu here. I do hope you're having a shit day.
Okay, no, we're gonna watch that one.
Hey there, guys. Lulu here.
They're doubling their income by doing 2 channels with the exact same videos. See it? Lulu the Goth and Lulu. It's the exact same channel. Maybe it's somebody else.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, maybe it's just somebody else reposting, trying to ratio, maybe.
I hope you're having a shit.
I don't care. The internet people are so goddamn loser. One thing I'm fucking certain of, the minute you begin to care about these losers, you become one of them. Or the things that they care about, either. I don't care about this.
Shit day.
I don't care that they're ratioing themselves or some other person's ratioing them. They all can ratio each other's in the butts. I don't care. Let's do it.
And Walker sucks shit. I meant Dawn Trail. That get your attention, bub? Fuck yeah, it did, you little shit. Oh, there goes the monetization again. Not been monetized since the streamer highlights anyway, so fuck it. Check out my Patreon. If you want to support a lizard, it helps. Please. Anyway, seriously guys, I'm not even
Approaching
I mean it. Let me give you 10 reasons. Shit. Wait, I don't have time for 10. Let me change that. Budget cuts. I hope you understand. Why I'm going to get Twitter canceled by the Final Fantasy community after this video. Let's say it's 10 for fucking...
I think I'm gonna cook some lasagna now. I don't know. Yeah, I think I might defrost that lasagna and cook it. Yeah, I kind of like splurged a little bit. This wasn't expensive either. Family style meat lasagna.
Autopilot jumping.
Yes, I can do this, but I will have to turn off the heat.
Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station.
Let's... lasagna. Fuck it. What do I care? I guess. I had to make a decision there. Yeah. Oh, no. I guess the heater can stay on because the lasagna, the oven does not use power.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Okay, so almost cut myself. Jesus. Light this lighter. It's covered in oil for some reason. Does that look like it's bad? Seems like it's good to me. Okay, I gotta set an oven timer here. It's 11:20. At 12:20, my lasagna will be ready. I need a clock. Pin to taskbar. Clock. I need a timer of 1 hour. Okay. And we go back and we look at the clock and we go to the timer. And we see that there is a 58-minute timer running, and we'll cook some nice lasagna. I'll be right back. Does your... Don't log me. Don't log me. Don't log me.
Clickbait. Don't worry. This ain't gonna be another lazy peon video. I mean, I'm an active player and have been for 11
I'm an active AFK in Limsa.
years. I want to make clear that this isn't a review. This is just me word vomiting my opinion about the game, so it might be disjointed and all over the place. Anyway, when Dawn Trail merrily skipped towards us like a drunk Lord of the Rings extra, I think I can speak for most of us, that we were excited about the fact we wouldn't have the usual depressing story, and we'd be going on some sort of a holiday adventure. But quickly, many realized it was like a Ryanair package deal holiday coupon that you got off a cereal box. Well, I do think it's interesting to look at the things that really fell flat. I'm talking about flatter than the average Final Fantasy player IQ. Anyway, give me a chance before your pantaloons get twisted. But yes, let's start out with the things this expansion did right before we dive in balls deep. Okay, let's start this shit. Dawn Trail. It reminds me of that picture of that horse. You know the one? You know the one people used for Game of Thrones Season 8? Ugh, Jerry, pull up that picture of the horse. Perfect. Oh, wait, wrong segment. Jerry, switch it. We'll get round to that in a bit. Let's talk about the thing that usually attracts new players and hopefully bring returning players back to the game. The graphics. I'll be quick with this one, as sadly there really isn't much to talk about here. My actual reaction to the graphics update. Okay. I mean, if you were hoping for me to have that reaction the guy had to the trailer of Star Wars, think again, motherfucker! The difference was barely noticeable. Whilst I don't think it's a bad thing to have a minimal upgrade, I do think it is extremely telling about the developer's vision going forward. It comes across to me that the developers are painfully afraid to change things. I think that could be because this game might be their cash cow. Just look at the crummy website we had for years until Asmongold complained about it. I mean, it's why we're probably still after 11 years stuck with the Scions of the 7th fricking Dawn. Can we please kill them off already? Jesus. But yeah, if Square Enix wanted to really draw people to the game, this was the opportunity they had to wow people. The trailer for Shadowbringers and Endwalker compared to Dawn Trail were epic and badass, whereas Dawn Trails comes across as cheesy in my opinion. I can't imagine it would get people hyped to return. I mean, remember Shadowbringers? At the end of the trailer, that moment gave me fucking goosebumps, literally. Back to the graphics upgrade. Anyway, in my opinion, it still looks like a PS3 game. I do have a lot of concern because Yoshi P said that this upgrade is supposed to last us for another 10 years. I mean, my fucking guy, it's only just released and it looks 10 years out of date. I think it's because of an art style issue. What do you guys think? Do you think they did a good job? Or do you think they could have done more?
They did a job for
Real.
2010.
Final Fantasy XIV has always shined at its end game content with raids, alliance raids, housing, dungeons, and G-pose. But let's be real, most of the player base are filthy casuals just like me. Yeah, I'm talking to you watching this right now. Baka. So if you're like me, you're likely to try out the Alliance raids and the normal raids, and maybe some Savage if brave enough. So how do they fare? Sadly, the Alliance raid is not yet released, so I can't talk about that. Funnily, it has just been announced as the making of this video to come out in November. About fucking time. Although Echoes of Vana'diel, as it's called, is said to be based upon Final Fantasy XI Online, which for those of you unaware was the previous MMO which originally released in 2002 on PlayStation 2 and PC. I think it should be an interesting crossover. For me personally, I tried to play Final Fantasy XI back in the day, but I couldn't get past their god-awful website.
Play Online. See?
Couldn't figure out how to log
Right, Play Online was so bad. If Play Online hadn't been there, like, people would have understood that Final Fantasy XI is the greatest RPG ever made. But no, Play Online ruined the goddamn thing. It's the same old fucking argument, right? Beautiful Lamborghini games, terrible fucking rubbery, buttery fucking steering wheels that melt in your hands. I don't really understand it. It's like beautiful fucking wonderful games, but just the implementation, or whatever, the execution, totally fucking horrible. I don't really understand. The Play Online especially was like the worst experience I've ever had in gaming. It still is. That's my most valuable account, but it shut me out. So, I mean, I'm waiting for some solution to that. No. Oh, yeah. Are we? Oh, no, we're in. We're, like, in. Oh, yeah, Claire Obscura. I've been meaning to try that, too. But I don't really like JRPG-style games that much. Promise the Mascot. AI Limit, Repose, Fortnite, Never Synth, featured discount, 69 cents for Never Synth. What's that? Old People Mayhem Sandbox. Oh my god, just die already. Oh my god. Albion, Welcome Set, Shoot Shell, and Space Club. Why does Albion get to sit here forever? Until May 1st, huh? Yeah, but Albion sucks. Well, I got this one already. Anyways, I need to go to my library. Yep. Now I understand why that Mortal install was on my C drive now. And I realize now that I don't want to play Starfield on my C drive, and I keep moving this install around, which is kind of funny. But I mean, I can do that. I can just move this install around freely. I'm gonna cut. Come to my F. I guess it's just for storage. Really, I should keep Starfield just on my D drive. I think just right here, and I could just copy it to wherever I want. Paste. Yeah, just copy it. No, you're moving it, are you? Yeah, just move it. Yeah, fuck it. It like juiced his body. Oops. I don't know, now I'm thinking that I want to wait out this darkness or whatever. I suppose I'm probably going inside wherever I'm going, though. Let's look at the surface map. Where the fuck am I actually going? Check out your ship's inventory. Wait. Are you actually tracking the right mission? Follow distortions on the scanner. Okay. So I guess I do actually want to drive around. It's fine. But I would rather maybe during the day, but that's alright. There, distortions on the scanner. Like, there's lots of loot here, but I have, like, an agenda.
awful.